Oh, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2. I hope day 1 was enjoyable for all. So we will get starting with the session. I request all of you who are sitting or standing outside having a cup of tea to please come inside and be seated. You can enjoy your tea while you are at the table. So that we can get started. Over to you.
Good morning and warm welcome to all respected participants for this special session which shall focus on encouraging startups and MSMEs in the space sector. We have an eminent panel of startups from the space sector to share their valued insights and experience on this topic.
Thanks, Vishwa. That was a very warm welcome to all. To begin with, I would like to invite all the participants up on the stage. We have a very eminent panel led by Dr. P.K. Jain, who's the session chair. Jain's up on the stage. A round of applause for Dr. Jain. I would now like to welcome Mr. Vivek Kimbahune, Executive Vice President, Sales and Business Development, Sankhya Labs, up on the dais. Also request Mr. James Solomon, co-founder and partner, Setoto Networks, also up on the dais, please. We're looking for Mr. Sunil Gupta. I think he's on his way. He should be here any minute. So we'll get started as he has instructed us. So before I start the session, I would now initially request Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President, Broadband India Forum, to give the welcome address for this session. Over to you, T.V. sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, eminent panelists and chairman, sir. It's a great pleasure for me to say a few words of welcome at the start. Yesterday we had a very useful, interesting session, and I think we are going to continue that today also through the sessions today. The first session of today is on encouraging startups and MSMEs in the space sector. And we started that yesterday in the evening itself with a felicitation of the startups who have made things happen in the sector. And we had a great session on InSpace, the program of promotion, liberalisation, facilitation of the sector. And this is a follow-through session on that. We are continuing that story now under the able chairmanship of Dr. Jain, and we will be talking about this aspect further through our speakers and panelists. It's an axiomatic that MSCs and startups will play the maximum role in liberalization of the sector. And yesterday, some of the startup founders were also talking about how they would depend on a multiplicity of players in the supply ecosystem to make them successful. So it's not just the end unit of startup we are going to talk about. How do we facilitate all the upstream chain of supply partners? I'm sure this panel will talk about all that, and I will not take up much more of your time. I would just like to have the small privilege of introducing and saying a few words about Dr. P.K. Jain. Dr. P.K. Jain is, of course, a very well-known figure, reputed figure in the area of space, in the area of satellite spectrum. He's a renowned specialist in this area, and he's been working in the InSpace department as Director, Program Management and Authorization, and is responsible for the end-to-end management and processing of the proposals of non-government entities in the in-space area, apart from issuing the required authorization, etc. Before joining InSpace, he was with a team of ISRO, handling space spectrum management at national and international level, including ITUR activities, extremely knowledgeable on the spectrum side. As an associate director for frequency management and Satcom planning at ISRO headquarters, and actively contributed to the carrying out of coexistence studies between space and terrestrial services, which you would all agree is a very, very crucial area of work. We have been involved with him in that, and I know how much he has contributed there. Presently, he is also Vice Chairman of the ITUR Study Group 4 and Chairman of SWG AC4, 4C4 of WPC ITUR, and Chairman of National Study Group on Satellite Services. All this tells you that how well thought of he is in that area of spectrum and satellite spectrum. He is the recipient of ISRO Team Excellence Awards and very, very respected figure within and outside ISRO. Sir, over to you, sir. Please take over.
Thank you, Mr. Ramchandran, for those kind words and introducing me. Good morning to all of you, the fellow distinguished panelists, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have my presentation also? Yeah, it's already there. How do we move the slide?
One second. The green one is for going forward, and red if you want to go back.
Right. So, like Mr. Ramchandran stated, that yesterday we had very interesting discussions on the some of the activities which are carried out by the non-government entities, startups, especially startups. We had a very good function, felicitation of those startups. So now I should compliment Mr. Ramchandran, Mr. Bhattacharya and Broadband India Forum to take this particular topic in this forum, which is the encouragement of the startup and MSMEs. Very relevant topic in view of the these reforms which is brought out by the government in the space sector. So let us talk about first the space sector. What is the current scenario? So if we see that in terms of the space, global space economy, now in 2020 it was about 450 billion, which is expected as per the EY report. By 2020-25 it would touch 600 billion. And if we see the Indian share, it's hardly, it's around 2% of the global economy, and even if we take the estimate, we believe those estimate, by 2025 it would go to hardly 13 billion. And here is what the government has noted this particular point, and then those reforms in the space sectors were brought out. And then now what we should target, that at least next 5 years we should touch somewhere 8 to 10%. Then it means that our job is done. And this is what that today we will have the discussion and have the views from the distinguished panelists, that what is the way forward, how do we should go ahead. And if you see in terms of number of startups, because ultimately the startups which are actually do the lot of R&D, technology development, of course industry has a vital role to play, but the startups carry forward basically because they take the risk very aggressively, and then the innovative R&D technologies are generally done by the startups. And sometimes they fail, sometimes they succeed, but if they succeed, the technology at least goes forward. And if you see the number of new space startups, now in 2021, we have got 47 new startups. As on today, now we have the more than 100 startup at the end of 2021. I understand now it is around 125 or 130 startups as of now. If you see the investment, global investment, again in 2021 itself, we have rather 2022, we have crossed the $100 million, and which is again the more than the cumulative investment which these space tech startups have got received so far. If you see the again the economy wise, how much economy we are generating in India, it's upstream and downstream. If you see, again the downstream as it is expected is larger than the upstream, but here is the area which we need to focus. So seeing all these statistics, as I was mentioning, the government brought out the space sector reforms, and as a part of that, the reforms were announced in June 2020, and the part of that, the in-space was created. Yesterday we had an entire session on in-space activity. Apart from that, the government is also bringing out the Indian Space Policy 2022, which we had again discussion yesterday. It is in the final stage. We are also working in the liberalization of the FDI policy, and also the space activity bill to give the legislative teeth to the policy is also being worked upon. And as yesterday we talked, the in-space had given the mandate to perform the 4 important roles. It acts as being a promoter for promoting the space activity in the country. It enables the all non-government entities to use the ISRO facility as well as the ISRO technical expertise for furthering up the space activities in the country. It also acts as a authorizer to authorize the all the space activity by the non-government entities, because again the space is a field which is strategic in nature. So the activities also needs to be regulated to some extent, and also it acts as a supervisor. Now some of the initiative which in-space has taken, I thought it is appropriate to mention here. Especially to develop the space ecosystem in India, and this is again part of the initiative for encouraging the startups and MSMEs in general in the entire space sector. So as I mentioned, that in-space has been playing a very proactive role in bringing out the Indian Space Policy 2022, which is in line with the reforms which are announced by the government. The liberalization of the FDI policy is another area which in space has been working now. And the very important point that now we are bringing out a differential pricing policy for especially for the startups, small and micro industry and academia to provide the facilities of ISRO and some of the expertise at reduced prices, and so that as an initial encouragement to the startups and especially the academia and taking up the technology developmental activities in the country. And this particular the reduced prices or scheme is for all the verticals, right from the using ISRO test facility or providing the technology transfer to ISRO, or even the usage of the Earth observation data of ISRO satellites and data products, as well as the launches for the smaller satellites. We are also working now to establish the technical center on our own, so that the load on the ISRO facilities or test facilities could be reduced, because ISRO has its own activities to go on. And now on top of that, now non-government entities also have access to the ISRO test facility. So in space, within space, we thought that it would be prudent to now establish those technical facilities which are very frequently used by the industry, like the design and realization and testing of the smaller satellite space systems. So we have identified such type of facilities, and now we are trying to establish, and maybe in coming months we'll see that the facilities which would be offered to the non-government entities exclusively for their own use. Apart from that, we are also exploring to establish the plug and play space system manufacturing in collaboration with the state governments across the country, and maybe to some of the academia institution also, so that the facilities would be accessible to the industry for taking up the manufacturing on at production level. And this should be available geographically wise also at different places in the country, so that becomes easier for also the customers of those companies to access those facilities. And this work we have already starting the discussions with the various state governments. Now, apart from that, we are also working on to have our own resident experts on different areas in the space technology to provide the mentorship, if required, to the space startups as well as some of the MSMEs. We are also trying to identify the various expertise which is available within the country. Some of the ex-ISRO or the other the consultants which could provide the consultancy on commercial basis to the space industry, and we are trying to identify and making that list available in our in space platform. Apart from the industry catalog also, the expertise, the availability of systems, of space subsystems, all those catalogs and the list would be made available on our website. So that would also expected to help and encourage the space activities by these startups and the MSMEs. We are also working on defining our own standards, space standards for the components. Of course, most of the things which the industry follows, this is already, we have seen that all there are various types of international standards are already available, but at the same time we thought that it is appropriate that India should also have its own standards. Yesterday we had some discussion on that also, and that helps the industry to give the very clear-cut view that what type of standards and then quality they need to maintain while offering the services and having the production. And apart from that, now we are also conducting the various workshop and symposium where the various various schemes by the government would be communicated, as well as the feedback, which is very important, from the industry would be obtained, and accordingly the further optimization in the functioning of the in-space would be conducted. So these are some of the things which I thought it is appropriate to mention here, that what steps we are taking. But the most important thing, though we have already started those steps, and then we are seeing this response also to some of the initiative which in-space has taken, that if you see the response by the non-government entities to the in-space functioning, is manifested in receiving the more than 150 proposals or applications from the non-government entities to InSpace in almost all the verticals of the space. Right from the realization of satellite, or whether it is a development of the launch vehicles, or providing the various services or development of application ground segment and so on. And the category of NGs who are approaching InSpace, you can see that right from startup, MSME, industry, academia. So in the nutshell, already the excitement is created now within the country. A momentum has been generated, and we have to see now how do we take it forward and sustain this momentum to achieve the target and the objective what government has in mind while giving this opening the space sector to the non-government entities. And this is some of the recent activity. Yesterday we had discussion by this thing. We could have one first suborbital launch by a private company from the ISRO launch facility Sriharikota in November. We also had the establishment of the launch base by a private launch operator, again at ISRO launch facility, and we also had seen the first launch of the first satellite realized by the Indian startup and in private Dhruva Space. And this is my last slide, where what is the way forward. I thought that some of the points I will place before the distinguished panel, these are the 6 points which yesterday chairman in his space also very briefly touched upon. And this is what we thought, that if all these 6 ingredients are combined, then probably we can achieve our target of catching up the increased share, Indian share in the global space economy. First thing is that important, that institutional support and policy. So yesterday we discussed the government has all intent to bring out a very predictable, stable policy with the ease of business and the responsive governance, and that we are committed, and we have seen that even the Indian Space Policy 2022 and then in Space Bill and some of the initiative which has been taken by the government in terms of relaxing the FDI policy and all, they are a part of it. The second thing is the financial capability, and again here once we see the lot of activities by the startups, Indian startups, we will see the flow of the global investment and funds, and which we already seen that in 2022 itself we have got very good encouraging figure, though it is a minuscule as compared to what we see in other countries, the funding which they receive. But this is a step which we need in right direction. But this is very important factor which we have to focus on, that how to attract the fund, and that again the relaxation and liberalization of the FDI policy will play a major role in this direction. Then the other thing is the state of the art technology. So very, very important, we have got the technology available with ISRO, and the technological prowess of ISRO is well known, and then it is now being made available to the industry. At the same time, now industry is also being encouraged to develop their own technology, or rather they can be the part with ISRO to develop some of the new technology. ISRO is also going to focus more on the research and developmental activities. So put together, this is the area where even startups can play a very major role. As I was mentioning, they can take the aggressive approach and the risk by the young the minds who are fresh from the academia industry, this academic institution. I think they can play a very major role in developing the technology here. The other one is ecosystem and infrastructure. As I was mentioning, This is a collaborative and collective effort which all of us need to take. It's not only the government, even the industry also should come forward here to develop the space ecosystem. Of course, some of the steps, as I was mentioning, with the state government's collaboration and academia, the government has been taking up to develop the suitable and responsive ecosystem and infrastructure, and especially in terms of having our own or rather increasing the number of launch bases, which is very important. We should increase the infrastructure in such a manner where we can take it up the launch maybe every week or every 15-20 days. Then only we can cope up with the demand which is coming up. Yesterday it was told that some expectation or some prediction is that 10,000 launch in a year per year is what is expected in the coming years. So we should have the proper infrastructure in place beforehand. We should be prepared for it so that we can tap the share, our share in this particular area. Global partnership is very, very important again to attract the global technology provider, the access to our industry to the global market, the export of the system which we want to encourage, and also the funding. So the partnership with the global industry, global the various government agencies, this is all again an important area where again government is certainly taking the steps. INSPACE is in touch with many governments and also the industry forums in the various governments, and here again the role of our industry also is very important. And the last point is skill development. We also need to develop our own manpower, our own skill, and then only we can tap and utilize that what are the infrastructure, ecosystem and technologies which is being developed in India. So in summary, the lot of immense opportunity exists in India to realize the dream of the Honorable Prime Minister to have the increased share, Indian share in the global economy, and a lot is expected from the startup and MSMEs, and government has all intention to encourage, support and be with the industry now is a co-traveler with the government, and this is what the message which I wanted to communicate, and I would be eager to hear the views of the distinguished panelists on this. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jain, for that excellent talk. It's so encouraging to note that INSPACE is facilitating and hand-holding in the growth of the space ecosystem at large. Wonderful news. Before we move on to the next part of the session, I'd just like to announce some housekeeping rules because we are running a little late. The next few speakers are requested to kindly keep their talk restricted to 10 minutes, please. At the end of 8 minutes, I shall be sounding a small alert that only 2 minutes are left. Try and please stick to the time of 10 minutes, please. So with this, we move on. The next speaker is Mr. James Solomon, co-founder and partner in Sitoto Networks. Before he takes the floor, I'll just read out a short bio of Mr. James Solomon. He's worked with defense, petrochem, and international entities in telecom and polymers. He's currently the founder and director of Sitoto and Equate C. Sitoto designs and develops optical communication equipment for defense, satellite, and commercial applications, while Equate C develops a centralized medium to enable SCPs on 5G using smart contracts and blockchain. He's also a current consultant on hydrogen-powered fuel cells and energy distribution and composites for defense applications in reinforcements and mesh systems in FSOCs for satellite. Over to you, James. Welcome.
Good morning, all. So I'll begin the talk by thanking TV sir, Rajat sir, Arunji, and everyone in behalf of Debashis sir, Shivkumar sir, Swapnil. It's because of them that this podium belongs for the mere 10 minutes that I've been given. So let's start with the India space policy in 1997. That's the year that I was born. So after that post, getting in my Young Scientist Award in 2011, that I was awarded for renewable energies. In 2013, again a Young Scientist for getting awarded in the space debris management and importance of satellite internet. So I believe I'm connecting the dots that have been given for them. So as someone said, as Steve said, you cannot connect the dots looking forward, you can just connect them looking backwards. So I believe that's what I'm doing, and that's what our team is believing in. So the technology that we use is called free space optics. It's been there ever since then, but as yesterday the Skyroot person Kiran also said, the implementation is the work that needs to be done. The technology already exists in the books. That is what the execution that we have been doing, and the vision around it has helped us to grow further. The vision was or is currently to connect the whole of the geographical log locations. So what we do is we connect in intranets, we build intranets. We already know that in certain places like Mumbai, Delhi and other populated regions, we require high dense communications, whereas it's not required in tier 3 and tier 4 cities. That's something that has to be taken account into. There are satellite internets in the LEO space now working for rural broadband structures. For example, Kuiper, Starlink. Starlink works on for each and every satellite across for 100 million square meters down the line. So there are technologies going in further. So now applications based on the technologies is what needs to be sought after for any space sector startup coming in the industry. $400 billion is something that India is looking forward to, or the space economy, but it is limited to the vision that we have seen as of now, not to the future that other startups in the country are having the potential to. So in short, what the technology is, we use light for communications, lasers for communication. We use 1550 nm for long distance communications. Why did we use it? Because we were tired of having low bandwidth. We have now achieved bandwidth of 40 Gbps wirelessly. We were tired of getting backup generators. Now we have a plug and play device. We were tired of having a distance problem. Now we have achieved 10 kilometers and then going further to 15 kilometers. So we were tired of network experts. Now we have got any Tom, Dick and Harry to install in the network equipment. We were again tired of getting the lasers stabilized. So we have now partnered with the international countries' defense for the missile stabilization technology, what is used in our current system. All these hurdles that we had faced, we have overcome that part. The whole vision is to connect the whole planet together in such a way that it is an intranet. It's not an internet anymore. The reason is every geographical location, it's its own bandwidth, but higher bandwidth in the case. There are some classified files, there are some files that needs to be, or data that needs to be shared only for a particular logged location and not outside. So that is the one point that what would have increase our economy. If we are having our ties with the data centers in US, it's not going to hamper. Data is a new oil that we know, so we need to curb in such a way. Cybersecurity measures are just like bandages across a pipeline, the same pipeline that was installed in 1980s onwards. So we need to have a different pipeline. Space would give you that kind of thing. So what our vision now, we're trying to develop this whole things together. So you might call us crazy. We would require 20,000 satellites in the low Earth orbital to get this vision done for the backhaul methods. And so we started with building the space with the terrestrial lasers. We had to get our first dollar to get our investors down the line. So we built for terrestrial nodes. Currently working with defense, some telecoms, our POCs are getting onboarded. So as a startup, everyone feels that we have a so these are pretty costly. So 25 lakhs, 45 lakhs is cost of one node. So when we are developing those things, it becomes again a cost burden for us. Our investors ask us, what is the kind of return on investment time that you're going to have? So other parts, when you're going to space, it becomes even more harder for us to explain them. Those are some constraints that we have been facing in. And particularly in hardware startups, you need to have a 50 to 100 year long vision. If it is in space, then your investors would come into the line and then they would understand, okay, what is the kind of economy that you're producing? What is the business class that you're, or the business domain that you're sufficing into? These are some of the hurdles. So we earned our first dollar from the terrestrial part. Now we are going into space. In 2020, when InSpace was not yet formed, we had been mailing ISRO continuously, and that is how I got touch in with PK Jain sir. We have exchanged multiple mails, and ever since then we have been getting a positive response. After that, we had realized that InSpace was trying to do the exact same thing what our hurdle is. So we just asked. That is a thing that helped us to grow further, and it has been a motivation ever since then. Now we are a team of 11 with 4 PhDs down the line. So these are the kind of reforms that we have did with something. So everyone is elder to me, of course, 40, 50 years of experience on the line. As I had worked previously with certain classified missions with defense, so it was easier for me to convince them. I worked with oil and natural gas, ONGC as well. It was easier to understand what the vision is in places where we do not get any internet. I had worked with LoRa in the initial place. We had, so I built in a Morse code based smart watch for defense for people who do not have access to communication in the dense forest regions. Therein, I faced a problem that it was transmitting less amount of data, 8 bits for 1 kilometer region. So I understood that I had to increase my bandwidth. Then I worked with television white space. Unfortunately, in 2018, the spectrum was not released. So that gave me a range, but not the bandwidth. So I wanted, or we wanted, higher bandwidth and a higher range with low latency. That is exactly what has been created over here. Our latency is less than a millisecond. Our bandwidth goes up to higher than 40 Gbps. If it is a hub, we can do up to 100 Gbps wirelessly. Does not use any radio spectrum. That's the biggest point or the way through forward. The freedom that you get. Any person like you and me who do not have any access, not you and me, any person who like Tom, Dick and Harry who do not have access to network expertise can work on this module or get hands on this module in less than 30 minutes. The installation happens in less than 25 minutes on record, whereas the fiber optic cables that we are getting installed takes 9 months for installation with 37 different licenses and the digging of the roads and stuff. It's just like a fiber on the air, as yesterday Pawan sir was mentioning. We need to have fiber on the air, that kind of LAN connectivity. That is exactly, and to the plus point, we have a flexible fiber on there. We are now trying to develop in mesh systems, particularly in lasers. If I give an example, you hold a laser, 10 rupees laser across a 10-meter wall, across a wall 10 meters away. The two things that you get to know over there, first thing is your hand is not stabilized. Your laser starts to move. Second thing is the dispersion away from the point. So there's a dot on the center and there's a dispersion, light scintillation across it. These are the two things what creates a problem for optical communications, let alone we are working on IR, so it's not even visible. So what we did is we used a stabilization technology. We used 2 lasers. We used a broader bandwidth, broader wavelength, and for auto tracking purposes. That was a technology transfer from another country. We have now partnered with 4 countries. And the second thing is we used a multiplanar light conversion at the end. So that helped us to get or converge the lasers down on the end. So that reduced the noise by more than 50%. Now we are having a data transfer at the bit rate less to burr rate is 10 power minus 8. So that is the kind of technology that we have used. We have used multiple technologies together. So in short, it means that there is not a dearth of technology around the planet. There are technologies. The implementation and the vision together makes it possible for the investors to earn their money, for us to make sure that our vision goes as per our plan, and the whole intranet is possible. So, sure. So again, the space economy is not short. The space economy is just on the verge of getting a boom, because there are startups I'm sure of in the next 2 years there would be someone. We are currently having a word with SpaceX for getting their satellites equipped with ours, but it would take 2 or 3 years down the line for us to equip with those things. So the problems that we face now is for the investors to understand that the space economy is not limited to launch vehicles or satellites for geospatial or getting those mapping done. It's beyond that. It's beyond communication lines. It's interplanetary communications. It's satellite to ground. NASA in 2014 used the same technology for making an uplink downlink of 144 Mbps from moon to earth. And then MIT, Boston also tried the same thing. We have been proud to say that with the competitors down in the line, with the global competitors, our cost is 1/3 of their part and 10 times of what they provide, even with the stabilization. So that is what India would be looking forward to at a low cost because of the triple P of the country. And we build it for the world. It's not limited to just what the space startups are in the country. So I guess ISRO has been doing a very good job and has been a pioneer for us ever since my childhood. So looking forward to such extraordinary visions, because everything is about hardware, software and network, and we build all 3 of them together. So it becomes an all-inclusive network. If anyone has some doubts or related to our vision using decentralized nodes, I'd be happy to answer after the session. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for sticking to the time and also giving us an excellent idea about what is free space optics all about and the work and the vision that you have. With this, we move on to the next speaker, Mr. Vivek Kimbahone, Executive Vice President, Sales and Business Development, Sankhya Labs. A little background, Mr. Vivek Kimbahone has over 2 decades experience in semiconductors, consumer electronics, and Satcom. He drives all the sales and business development functions of the company, Sankhya Labs, with special focus on Satcom. Over the last decade, he has worked extensively with ISRO on several projects of strategic importance, notably amongst them world's first S-band satellite phone, real-time train information systems of Indian Railways, and vessel tracking system for coastal security. Passionate about Make in India, he firmly believes self-reliance in technology is the hallmark of a great nation, and India's time has come to establish itself as a leading cutting-edge technology provider to the world. Over to you, Vivek ji.
Good morning to all of you. Special thanks to BIF for organizing this session and also to InSpace, NSIL and ISRO. As we all know, basically we are in the most happening times, especially after Apple announced integration of satellite component in their the latest satellite phone, Satellite 14, the iPhone 14. The industry has suddenly found a zing thing in the whole thing. It was there, but Apple coming into the play has kind of taken the convergence aspect to altogether a new level. Now, before I start, I just wanted to give you a quick background about what we have been doing. So we don't classically fit in the definition of the startups any longer. We are a 15-year-old company. We started in 2005 as a pure play fabless semiconductor company. We are India's first fabless semiconductor company. We basically developed the world's first software-defined radio-based universal TVD modulator chipset. So these was our early days, but over the years we have evolved from being a typical fabless semiconductor company to a system solutions company. So currently our focus areas are 5G. We are building the 5G NR infrastructure radios, both on the DU as well as the RU. The other important element is basically the Satcom. I will talk about it a little more detail since this is a Satcom forum. And then, of course, we continue to do the chipset. So, by the way, just for the sake of okay. Anyways, the quick snapshot about the company, we have about 70 international patents. That's the yardstick for any technology company. And we are a mid-sized company. I would say we are about 250 odd people. The latest development that has happened on the company, we were recently acquired by the Tata Group. So we are part of the Tata Group company now. So this is basically the merging process is underway now, and hopefully we should be able to complete it in short time. Now, already I think this was discussed, but basically our relationship with ISRO started close to about 8 to 10 years back, and since then we have been working very, very closely with ISRO. But our focus has not been on the space side of it. Our focus has been on the ground side of it. We have been, looking at the ground communication system very closely and developing a host of systems for a variety of applications. So today, if you see the three most important things that I would like to present is basically the world's first S-band satellite phone was designed in partnership with ISRO. As we all know, all the sat phones that exist in the world today are all on L-band. So we had an enormous amount of challenge to build a satellite phone. And why this is important is because this was a precursor to whatever Apple did. We built it as a companion device for your Android phone. So it just befits your 5.5-inch phone and your existing Android phone itself, a commercial off-the-shelf Android phone itself becomes a satellite phone. So you communicate via Bluetooth and then it essentially becomes a sat phone. So it helps a lot of defense, strategic, and even commercial applications. But since the bandwidth and the satellite per se was restricted use only to defense and strategic applications, we cannot deploy that for commercial. But that is one of the considerations that the government may want to look at it. The other thing is that we also, our modems as we speak are deployed on Indian locomotives. As we speak, there are about close to 3,000 trains which are equipped with our Satcom modems. And this is for the real-time train information system, one of the state-of-the-art real-time train information systems in the world, using a satellite connectivity and especially the S-band satellite. So this network has been operational for about 3 years now, close to 4 years. Essentially, this basically does real-time tracking of trains. And we supplied both the modems as well as the hub baseband equipment. So it is completely indigenous solutions. Now, if you're ever traveling on a electrified train and you see the real-time location of the train, thanks to the indigenous technology at operation. Every train is being tracked on 30-second interval basis. So you get almost near real-time data of the train locations. And also, one of the challenges that whenever there is a disaster happens, one of the challenges is to mobilize all the assisted networks. So this potentially could also be one of the things, because there is an emergency communication channel for the loco pilot to communicate with the command and control station. The other project of national importance is basically the coastal security. We all know what happened in the Mumbai terror attack. They used the trawler boats to penetrate into India. So there has been a charter to basically safeguard our coastline, which is 7,500 kilometers long, and it's very porous right now. So in partnership with VISRO, we participated in the trials, and currently as we speak, we are deploying our modems on shipping vessels. These are deep sea fishing trawler boats, basically for real-time tracking, monitoring, and also fishermen safety. They are able to communicate to the shore, being in the sea. So in this particular project, we have evolved from being just a modem equipment provider, a remote user terminal provider, to basically deploying the network, and also we are also commissioning a command and control center in one of the state's Department of Fisheries office, where they'll be able to track and monitor all the boats. It was very heartening to to listen to Dr. P.K. Jain when he illustrated the template for growth, and his closing comments were really heartening when he said that we want you to be the co-traveler in our space journey. So I think if you today look at the global ecosystem, the space ecosystem, there are some of the statistics overlap with what Dr. Jain presented, but the point that I want to make here is we are looking at space. We shouldn't be looking at space only purely from the space side of it, but there is an equally important component, which is a far bigger component, that is the ground communication equipment. In my opinion, we have had a lopsided view of the space as a program. We have been too heavily focused on the building, satellite launches and all, whereas if you see the global statistics, I have just highlighted those portion of it. The 36-37% of it is in the ground communication side. And if you see, the launch is only about 1.4% of the overall global space economy. So whatever policies and programs that we are developing now, these policies and programs should be aligned to the global business opportunity, because we are not building an ecosystem, we are not building, this set of companies, missions, programs. If they are not aligned with the global realities, then we will just be a domestic, supplier to domestic industry. But if we try to attack, say, and in the launch space, typically it is just two things which the decisions are made on: your schedule and your cost. So if somebody gives you a quicker schedule and a cheaper cost, they just go away. But that's not the case as far as the ground communication equipment is concerned. So even if you just look at 142 billion is the market size globally, and even if you are able to capture 10% of what Dr. Jain said of that one, that's a humongous amount of opportunity that India has. And given the engineering talent that we have, that is something which we all should look at very actively. The market awareness, this is probably preaching to the choir. Most of you are from this background, so you understand this quite well. But there is a very, very, very interesting, opportunity wheel, which is on the World Economic Forum. It's a strategic intelligence. So you click on any element, and it gives you all the dynamics of the industry. Basically, how is the space sector touching each of our lives, each of the industries? So that's a very interesting one. I provided the link below. I would, if you're interested, you may want to look at it. The key takeaway today, if you see the global dynamics, basically there is the applications which are actually driving the whole economy. And I think there is also the user-driven satellites are kind of the in thing now as far as the India space program is concerned. So that I think is a very important thing because the landscape has suddenly become quite vast now. And that is primarily because of the convergence that is happening. Today, the lines are blurring between the terrestrial broadband networks, the broadcast networks, and the satellite networks. So you have to basically now align policies which are cognizant of this fact that no longer you will have space as a segment which is isolated. It is going to converge with the existing terrestrial networks as well. So the other important thing is, if you see what is driving this whole economy is basically the new age companies are coming up with newer solutions. The constellations themselves are changing from LEO, MEO, GEO. Each brings with its own set of advantages, and the industry is able to leverage some of them. As a consequence of the LEO constellations, the cost of launching a satellite, there are a lot of colleges, universities, small companies which are now getting into this space, which is going to open up an enormous amount of opportunities, and the number of devices that are connected to the satellite is going to have a very tangential growth, and we need to have policies which align and which catalyze this whole process of adoption, so that all the challenges that we have in terms of policy and support, those are taken care of when we are architecting the policy. The other thing is basically, the standardization. I think we have to follow a regime where it is basically we go with the standards. Otherwise, it inhibits growth. It also inhibits competitive environment. There are a lot of subsystems which companies are now coming up with newer chipsets, lower power chipsets, smaller geometries, antennas, and cloud-based infrastructure. Then waveforms. There are specific waveforms for each of these separately. That is something which is also very interesting. Now, the most important thing, what is that can galvanize the MSME sector? I'm not going to dwell too much upon the policy. I think yesterday, today, we will have a lot of discussions on that. But what I see the way forward is basically we have to get into this collaborative development, because unless you nurture and build this ecosystem, you will not have this it's a force multiplier basically if you nurture this ecosystem. Otherwise, it is limited to one set of companies, one set of institutions which are driving that. The second thing is, I think Dr. Jain already mentioned this one, adequate funds. Now, one of the things that I might make as a submission here is, when you're launching a satellite, say whatever the cost of the satellite program is, 1,000 crores, 1,500 crores, why don't we just assign 10% of that for the ground communication equipment? Because then in the whole scheme of things, if you're say having a program of 1,500 crores, you set aside 50 crores and start your program, in parallel with the satellite launch, that would catapult the whole industry. If you see Navik as an example, we took a bold enough step in launching the satellite, but I think the ground side was an afterthought. After we launched, we started looking at where the chipset, who's going to do the, that shouldn't happen. I think it should be done in parallel. The other thing is, I think already touched upon that, proprietary standards inhibit growth. And also the challenges that it will also be a drain. So today, when you had only about 1,000, 10,000 terminals which were there in the country, that was okay. But suddenly you imagine hundreds of thousands, a few million devices there. And if every device is going to come from overseas, that's going to be a huge drain for the Indian economy. So it's very, very important that we have this. So what is the summary? Basically, I think all major economies in the world, space economies especially, they have had the active support of the government, local governments there, okay? And India cannot be an exception because when you are competing not as a individual company to company competition. It is basically individual company with the might of the NASA supported companies, with the might of the ESA supported companies. So that's a very, very, there is no level playing field there. So we need to have that. The second thing is, if India is now, of course, the fourth largest economy, but if India's aspiration of becoming a global leader, a superpower, okay, in the Satcom, then our wish will remain unfulfilled if we don't have a perspective of the global economy and equal weightage given to the space side as much as it's given to the ground side as well. Last, basically, the environment that we are building today the endeavor of that environment should be to build globally competitive companies, not just, gap fillers for the Indian economy. And that's when actually whatever mission that they have set for achieving the growth will be achievable. Now, there are many challenges, of course, but the good side of it is that there are as many opportunities as well. So finally, the popular song, Hum Honge Kamyab. Ek din is one thing, but ek din has to be really small. It cannot be, down the line 10 years. Man mein hai pura vishwas. So basically, thank you very much. I think with all the energies that we have in the Indian ecosystem, we should be able to make a mark for ourselves in the space. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Vivek ji, for that excellent talk and also walking us through what your vision is about Make in India when it comes to Satcom. Thank you so much. We now move on to the next part of our program. I have pleasure in inviting Mr. Sunil Gupta, co-founder and CEO QNew Labs. Thank you, Sunil ji, for finally making it just in time. Before he takes the floor, I would like to just read out a short profile of Mr. Gupta. He, at CEO at QNew, Sunil is responsible to build vision, strategy of the company and create a highly passionate team of entrepreneurs. It's a new term. I'm hearing it for the first time. He has vast experience in leading R&D, product development, business development and sales functions, playing multitude of roles as CTO, CEO and CEO. He's obsessed with new technologies, successfully taken products and solutions in several cutting-edge technologies to market, and this passion has led to data security and privacy company called QNew Labs, the only firm in the country to have successfully developed quantum cybersecurity products. Sunil has been a hardcore sports person from his school days and even now finds time to actively engage in multiple sports. He holds a BTech in computer science from NIT Trichy, Madras University, India. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Mr. Sunil Gupta, who will talk to us about quantum cybersecurity. Over to you, Sunil.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, my apology for arriving late. I'm getting used to Delhi traffic. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to be talking about a new interesting topic, which is about quantum technology, right? So I will just start with telling you that, which all of us know, that today we live in an encryption economy, right? Everything that we do, whether it is banking transactions, internet banking, internet, chat, phones, everything that we do, it's based on encryption, right? It is like that when we put our valuables in house or in the bank, it is still eventually a physical lock, right? But in digital world is encryption that protects everything, right? Encryption that we use today is called public key cryptography. It has served us well for 20 years, over 20 years. Now, if I tell you now that the cryptography that has served us so well for the last 20 years is not going to be serving us from now onwards. It is already broken, and it will get broken in the next few years. The emerging quantum computers with the quantum algorithm that are available, that they have the capability, or they would have the capability in the near future to break that encryption within few minutes. Just imagine that, yeah, you have your IPs, you have your critical assets, national secrets, everything, and that is protected by encryption, but that gets broken by hackers in a few minutes. So that is the world we are living in. We call it a post-quantum world. So the CUNY lab comes here because we anticipated that in 2016 that there is going to be a data apocalypse, and that is where we really worried that India is going to be digital economy in, say, in next 5 years. That's what we thought in 2016. And we said if that is what is going to happen, then India needs a next generation digital platform, right? Security platform. That is where we are incubated out of IIT Madras, and we started building India's next generation security platform. But we said that we will not use a yesterday's technology or AI, which was prevalent at that time, but let's look at technology which is 5 years from now is going to come in, so that we will have two advantages. One is that we are not building something that gets outdated in 5 years. And second thing is we will put India onto the deep tech or the quantum map of the world. Right? We wanted India to lead this, not being a follower. So that's what we did. And in 2019, we actually had India's first quantum security product that today is commercially ready. We produce it here in Bangalore. We commercially sell it to a lot of customers. It is actually also available in government in an e-market portal, right? People can actually buy it today. What it does, what we do is we use quantum physics, properties of photons, which is called superposition, where we put 0 and 1 together, right? Get the superposition. We use those quantum property of photons, which is both particle property as well as the wave property. We use that to build a secure communication, right? I'm not getting into the lack of time, I'm not getting into the technology here, but what we do in optical fiber networks, we send photons on the optical fibers, and if any hacker tries to tap the optical fiber to steal the information, the quantum state collapses, right? And the hackers will not get access to the desired information. So today where we are, to just let you know that we have, after successful deployments, trials and so on over the last few years, today we are deploying that for Indian Navy, Indian Army, and a number of other intelligence places. We are also in the process of deploying it for the large government installations. But this is a terrestrial QKD, we call it quantum tech. I'm not here to talk about that, but this terrestrial QKD that we already have, and it is already in the process of deployment, has a limitation because of the photons that go on a travel with a low energy, they travel on the terrestrial networks, and they can't, this is not possible to do. So this has a problem that if you see terrestrial implementation have limitation in terms of distance, right? Today the best in class is about 150 kilometers that India has, right? World has 100 kilometers, India has 150 kilometers point-to-point quantum safe networks. We have also built a trusted node where I can connect in series of boxes, quantum boxes, and I can take it to any distance I want. But still, what we want is that what India needs is looking at its geography. We want to protect a much larger distance. And that is where we are trying to now build in collaboration with InSpace, we are trying to build satellite-based QKD, which means that we will have the capability to generate encryption keys right, or secure and data over a longer distances, right? Already we have been told by government that we might like to protect our embassies, right, which are in different countries. How do we connect some of our critical installations over satellite QKD to make sure that the security is unhackable? So what it does is, we actually use the satellite, LEO stationary satellite, and with the ground station it communicates, right, and between any 2 points, 2 ground stations, they communicate with satellite, and through satellite, serving as a trusted node. Maybe the next slide. So this is what we are trying to do now. While we have the ground network already available, we can do any optical fiber network. We have done that for even some of the critical installation in the north region to protect, so that our adversaries in the border region are not able to tap into our optical fibers. But now what we are trying to do is to serve the same region through a satellite QKD. So what it does is, in a nutshell, what we are trying to build a LEO satellite-based QKD system. What it will do is that any 2 stations, let's say one is in Calcutta, another one is Bangalore, and those 2 stations would be able to communicate with satellite and generate quantum secure encryption, right, which is unhackable, right? And we will be able to do that at any distance that we want. So that's what we are doing. So what QNU is going to do is that we're going to build a ground station, right? We already have our ground station, which we are going to modify that for free space, right? Right now it is not a free space QKD, but we are taking a help from ISRO and SAC, Space Application Center, to help us with the pointing and tracking technology, also to do a payload on the satellite. We have a very aggressive plan. Right now there are 4 or 5 programs going in the world. Nobody in the world other than China has this technology ready, right? The way we have the plan right now, we might be the 2nd country in the world to have this tech. So while we have just started doing some of the tests, this is a picture of the test that we have done on 60 meters on the top of our terrace of our office. ISRO has done already 300 meters. But the interesting part is that we are going to be doing 1 kilometer by end of this month, right? Free space. So our whole idea is that with all the technology that we have, we should be ready to launch this program in January 24, right? The challenge is a lot of other countries who are trying to bake this program, they are building the basic technology, right, which we already have from the last 3 years. So if you look at our plan, in December 22, which is this month, we are going to do a 1 kilometer free space, right? And then in March, we are trying to do with Aerostate 1 kilometer vertical, right? And then we want to do a drones 5 to 10 kilometers somewhere in the 3rd quarter of next year. That is going to be a very critical part. And then we would have a satellite testing and so on happening in early February, and hopefully in the late 24 we will have this first launch of this program. Yeah. So I'm done actually. I will just take questions if you have. I just wanted to be brief here today. Later? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunil. That was an excellent talk on a subject which very few of us know much about. I would now take this opportunity to request our session chair, Dr. Jain, to give his concluding remarks about the session, please. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Bhattacharya ji, and again thank you, BIF, for bringing in these specialists. And especially if you see the area. Now, one is the startup, or James startup, is working on optical communication, and the QNU lab is working on the quantum communication, and the veteran Sankhya lab, who has been doing the 17 years, more than 15 years, in the satellite communication, navigation, and others, the strategic area. So it was a very relevant, the speakers which were brought in, and what I could summarize, the steps, or what is the way forward to now encourage the MSME and the startups, which most of the points were touched upon. by Vivek. And of course in my presentation also, and most of the points he agrees. And James also told, one important thing has come out is that the fusion of the terrestrial and the satellite technology is what is the future. And if on the technology front, if you have to, India has to take up capture the space economy. Now we need to work on the both terrestrial as well as the satellite connectivity and the connecting the, like he told, that the providing the internet and all, connecting the entire globe is one thing. The other thing is, again, that which is echoed by my opinion and my thoughts were echoed by Vivek, is about the policy, the predictable policy, and the downstream. The downstream is what we have to focus on, the application and ground segment, which again, yesterday also we discussed this. This is the great potential, which so far we have not tapped, and the technology development in the areas of the ground segment, which we need to focus and we need to work on. And thanks Sunil Kunu that they have come up now the proposal. I would like to also inform this August gathering that we signed the MOU with Kunu in his space, has signed the MOU for facilitating their development of the satellite payload and other technology through Space Application Center. And we signed the MOU last week only, Bangalore, 3 days back. In fact, myself and he signed together the MOU. And James also had approached us, and we are working with him. Now already he has put up the proposal to InSpace for the development of the optical communication, satellite-based, and especially, as he mentioned in his slide, the satellite-to-satellite, inter-satellite communication would also be another important part for the development and some of the technologies which ISRO also would provide its technical support to his startup. So overall, what I feel is a real good momentum which we need to sustain, as again I am repeating, and let us hope that in the coming years, now we will see the lot of startups, MSME and industry in India coming up and providing these services globally. Thank you very much, and thank you BIF once again.
Thank you, sir, for the concluding remarks. Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure and privilege to propose a small vote of thanks for the participants on the panel today. So to begin with, my profuse thanks to our session chair, Dr. P.K. Jain, Director Program Management and Authorization in Space. Thank you very much, sir, for taking time out for chairing this particular very important session on the role of startups and MSMEs in the space sector. My thanks to Mr. James Solomon, co-founder and partner Citoto Networks. Thank you very much, sir, for taking time out again and giving us valuable inputs about this completely new subject called free space optics and the concept of internets. Thank you so much. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Vivek Kimbahune, Executive Vice President, Sales and Business Development, Sankhya Labs. Sir, thank you very much for giving us insights into new technologies, especially the S-band satellite phones, and also the vessel tracking networks and the MSS networks that have been developed by Sankhya Labs, which is a path breaker in many ways over the last so many years. Though you are referred to as a startup, but I think you are an old veteran in the startup business, and you can actually mentor the younger startups which are there. I think that is a role that you can play very well. Thank you so much, sir. And last but not the least, to Mr. Sunil Gupta, who has taken time out to come all the way, despite this heavy traffic in the morning, to come and deliver this excellent talk on what is known as the quantum cryptography. Thank you so much, sir. We are enlightened. I think the entire audience was very, very happy to hear you. And I'm sure they will have a lot of questions during the tea break, which will follow this end of this session. For want of time, we did not want to carry out the Q&A right now, because we would like to now close this session and start the next session in about 20 minutes after the tea break. So, but before we do that, we have a round of felicitations to be given to the speakers on the stage. So I would now request TV Sir, Mr. TV Ramachandran, to kindly come up on stage to award the gifts to the speakers, the distinguished speakers on our panel. To begin with, I would like to request Mr. James Solomon to receive the memento from Shri TV Sir. The next memento to be given to Mr. Vivek Kimbahune. And then to Mr. Sunil Gupta by TV Sir. Thank you so much, TV Sir. Just a group photograph with all the panelists, please.
That was indeed an informative session that leaves us awe-inspired. Special thanks to the panelists and our super awesome audience.
Thank you very much, Vishwa. That was a very timely and a warm round of thanks. I would now bring the session to a close and request all of you to join us for tea, networking tea outside, with the request that this tea break would be for 20 minutes. At 11:15 11:15 sharp, we will assemble here again for the next session, which will be on spectrum management for satellite and terrestrial technologies. Yes, sir. Yes, absolutely.
We shall take a short break and assemble back soon.
एक काम करूँ मैं
नंबर देख लेना अपना हेलो
और भी चाहिए हेलो 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 इसको बीम करो या इट्स वर्किंग hello hello yeah hello there is somebody online where is he can you Paritosh welcome good morning may I request you to there you are Paritosh your thing is on your camera is on but I think your voice is on mute can you unmute
No,
yourself
it is not muted. Can you just check your mixer there?
yes it's working now perfect
Okay,
Paritosh welcome
great. Thank you. So I'll
welcome
put
welcome
myself on mute as well as video.
Right.
I'll stop the video.
So have a cup of tea while we are also having a short tea break. We will
Wonderful.
assemble here at 11:15.
Great. Thank you
Right?
so much.
So I just wanted to say a warm welcome and good morning to you. Thank
Good
you.
morning. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Good morning all. May I request everyone to kindly take their seats. Those who are outside, may I request everyone, each and every one of you, to please carry your teacups and bring it inside. We're about to start the session. Good morning once again to all of you in the hall. We now begin our technical session 2 for today, which is on spectrum management for satellite and terrestrial technologies. To begin with, I would like to call upon on stage our session chair, which is Shri V.J. Christopher, Wireless Advisor, WPC, Department of Telecom, Ministry of Communications. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Christopher, sir. I would now like to call upon the other panelists also on stage, starting with Mr. P.V. Kumara Mohan, Associate Director, Satcom PO, ISRO Headquarters, Bangalore. I would also like to call upon Shri T.V. Ramachandran, President, Broadband India Forum. Sir. Also joining us online is Shri Paritosh Saha, Executive Director, Broadcast Technology and Operations at Disney Star. Paritosh is on the Zoom platform. To begin with, I would like to give a short 2-minute welcome address about the session. We'll give it after this. When I'm introducing, yeah, moment, excuse me. Before the welcome address, I would like to take this opportunity to felicitate our session chair, Shri V.J. Christopher, Wireless Advisor, WPC, Department of Telecom, Ministry of Communications. I would like to call upon Shri P.K. Garg, former Chairman of the Radio Regulatory Board, member of the Radio Regulatory Board, and former Wireless Advisor to Government of India, to kindly felicitate Shri V.J. Christopher with a shawl and a memento. Thank you. Thank you, Garg Sahab. Thank you so much. We'd now like to have I'll give a short welcome address on the session today. So this session is a very, very important session, which is on the role of, on spectrum management for satellite and terrestrial technologies. As we all know that there is a lot of, the satellite ecosystem is now expanding rapidly with government continuing to encourage the sector and for the growth of the sector in more ways than one. As more and more satellites come up into the ecosystem, both in the geo category as well as in the LEO and MEO categories, the spectrum requirements are increasing tremendously, not only in the existing satellite spectrum bands, the Ku band, the C band, and the Ka band, but also in new spectrum bands like the Q band and the V band. So given that as the backdrop, and given the fact that there is also equally important spectrum requirements coming out of terrestrial communications based on new mobile and cellular technologies such as 5G and maybe going forward 6G, some of which also use similar bands which are also required for satellite communications. There is a very, very important, this subject of spectrum management for both satellite and terrestrial becomes extremely important for the sake of growth of both the terrestrial sector as well as the satellite sector in a harmonious manner, so that one does not conflict with the other and one does not get depleted at the cost of the other. To be able to throw more light on this subject, we have a panel of experts starting from Honorable Wireless Advisor, Shri Christopher, then we have Shri Kumara Mohan, a Satcom expert from ISRO, Shri T.V. Ramachandran, and Shri Paritosh Saha, who has joined online from Disney Star. So with these words, I would now like to invite Shri V.J. Christopher, Wireless Advisor, WPC, Department of Telecom, Ministry of Communications, who happens to be our session chair, to take the floor. Before he does that, I would like to read out a short profile of Shri Christopher. Shri Christopher has worked in wireless monitoring organizations since 1991. He has worked at different monitoring stations, satellite monitoring stations, Jaina and regional headquarters in Mumbai. In 2006, he was posted to WPC. He has worked in different divisions in the licensing cell. In 2018, he was promoted as Joint Wireless Advisor and posted at regional RLO in Mumbai. In November 2022, he was promoted as Wireless Advisor. He has experience in spectrum management work at the ministry in different divisions and has played an active role in spectrum auction held in 2016. I would now like to call upon Shri Christopher to kindly deliver the opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished delegates, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. In the beginning, let me thank the organizer, Broadband India Forum, for inviting me to this, their annual event called India Satcom 2022. And today's subject is spectrum management for satellite and terrestrial technologies, as it was told to you. Spectrum management was not that complex till few years ago when there were no competing technologies. Spectrum was confined within the different frequency band. It was easy. You give frequency to A, frequency B to some other. Like that, it was a simple affair earlier. Now, as technology progresses, its management also become very complex phenomena, especially when there are competing technologies. As such, terrestrial and satellite technologies have work in different bands. But due to the paucity of spectrum or limited spectrum being the limited natural resource, there are conflicts, and we will have to find out how this can be optimally utilized, optimally allocated, and what are the conditions under which spectrum can be allocated, though that entire things become very, very complex affair. So India is in the process of accelerating the digital infrastructure to achieve the Honorable PM's vision of a digital India, broadband for all, and NDCP goals for the growth of the nation. It offers an opportunity for India for the rapid pace in which the digital economy has been growing. For Digital India to be successful and to be able to digitally empower each and every citizen, we need to make broadband available, accessible, and affordable everywhere, in every rural and remote areas of our country. Technological development have opened the door for a variety of new spectrum application, as I said in the beginning. These developments have spurred greater interest and demand for the limited natural spectrum resource. Thus, the efficient and effective management of the spectrum grows more complex. So, the efficient and effective, these are the words often used in management of the spectrum. If the spectrum resource is to be used efficiently and effectively, the sharing of the available spectrum has to be coordinated among users in accordance with national regulations, within the national boundaries, and in accordance with radio regulations in the international use. The spectrum management system must ensure that adequate spectrum is provided both for the short and long term for public service organizations to fulfill their missions for public correspondence, for private sector business communication, and for broadcasting information to the public. Some administration also has to take care of the research, amateur, and safety activities. So in order to accomplish these goals, spectrum management system must provide an orderly method for allocating frequency band. The imbalance between the demand for radio frequencies and availability of spectrum keep growing, especially in urban areas. According to economic theory, when demand exceeds supply, the price system should be implemented. So there are two criteria. One is allocation as well as the price. The terrestrial technologies as well as the satellite technologies equally contribute to the economy of the nation. So we cannot ignore one over the other. But the quantum may differ. The WPC as a regulator take a holistic view of the requirement for additional spectrum through the national working groups and committees constituted for this purpose. The suggestions and demand from the different stakeholders are carefully analyzed before identifying the usage of the new spectrum bands. Spectrum refarming, harmonization are two important management steps that we exercising as part of this process. The government then referred to all commercial bands to the TRAI for another level of public consultation and recommendation. So these steps are taken to ensure that the spectrum is utilized by those who are likely to use this resource optimally by paying an equilibrium price. That means per megahertz, how many people can be served and how much it can contribute to the nation. These are the vital parameters that TRAI also take into their consideration. Now government has been conducting auctions since 2010 onwards towards this optimal dispensation of this valuable natural resource for terrestrial application in the field of mobile communication. So the allocation and pricing policies help to achieve an equitable and transparent distribution of natural resources. But when you speak about satellite communication, this technology could also be used to realize the Digital India dream. Satellite with a single wideband footprint, as in the case of geostationary satellite, or through multiple beams with LEO or MEO satellites, or even by the use of new spectrum reuse technologies such as high throughput satellites, can provide both coverage and capacity requirement to meet the broadband goals of the nation. So over the past few years, many satellites, both in the GSO and NGSO, has emerged as an alternative method to provide broadband connectivity to the end users, especially when you consider the remote and rural areas, thus complementing the terrestrial network by offering the backhaul services. Satellite spectrum has no national territorial limits. It is coordinated and managed by ITU globally and is subject to their radio regulation for the satellite network to operate without harmful interference. Satellite network operation require bilateral, multilateral coordination and cooperation. In fact, India is also bound by the specific articles of the radio regulations for satellite coordination mechanism and cooperation, through the cooperation with other administrations and other countries. Satellite spectrum bands are also quite unique compared to terrestrial bands. Satellite operations are mostly used in the L band, C band, KU band, KA band, and now Q and B band also. As these bands have technical characteristics that facilitates the propagation of signals from and to the satellite with lesser attenuation. The spectrum used in satellite bands give thrust to sharing among the different users with the idea of accommodating maximum use of the spectrum. Different polarizations, different beam tuning, different modulation, etc. is abundantly made use in the satellite technology. Further, in the life cycle of satellite, planning, filing, coordination, launching, and other administrative work for the use of satellite can take many years before the satellite is ready for use, unlike the terrestrial network. So these factors also has to be taken into consideration for the spectrum management of, overall spectrum management for the commercial purposes. Therefore, the conventional allocation and pricing methodologies as applicable to terrestrial network may not work ditto in case of satellite spectrum. Realizing the complexities involved in this allocation, government has referred this matter to try to examine the feasibilities of auctioning the spectrum in the mentioned bands and to suitably recommend the outcome of the process. It is an opportunity to the satellite industry to participate in the TRI consultative process and to offer their narratives and wisdom to help TRI to take a considered view on the allocation, pricing, and related other important licensing yardsticks. I am happy to note that organizations like Broadband India Forum have been involved in promoting the broadband ecosystem and particularly the use of Satcom for the same. We are also aware of the fact that Satcom can play a significant role in helping to accelerate the broadband penetration in the country and are taking steps to mainstream the Satcom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that excellent comments and in opening remarks, which has set the tone for the rest of the session, I believe. With this, I would now like to invite our next speaker, Shri P.V. Kumaramohan, Associate Director, Satcom PO, to give his valued views on spectrum management for satellite and terrestrial technologies. But before I hand over the floor to Shri Kumaramohanji, I'd like to read his biodata. Shri Kumaramohan has 33 years of experience in ISRO. During the first 16 years, he has worked in Space Applications Center, Ahmedabad, on designing beam shaping antennas for ISRO's INSAT-3 series of communication satellites and development of software related to verifying antenna performance during antenna design and fabrication stages. For the past 18 years, he's been working at ISRO headquarters in the area of frequency management, involving coordination of orbit frequency resources for ISRO's communication, navigation, remote sensing, and science missions. He has been contributing towards forming India's views on WRC agenda items since WRC 12 and participates in the ITOR meetings and WRCs since WRC 12. Currently, he is Associate Director in the Satcom Program Office at ISRO Headquarters, Bangalore. With these few words, I request Kumara Mohanji to kindly come up and give his address. Over to you.
Thank you, Bhattacharya, for that nice introduction. And good morning to the distinguished panelists and the participants sitting here. I think many of the points Mr. Christopher has already covered, but still I would like to add few more points which will bring out the distinct difference between the terrestrial and space and the complexities of acquiring the orbit spectrum resources. The main difference what I see between terrestrial and space spectrum is given a frequency, given a coverage area, in terms of terrestrial, you can use only once. Reuse is not possible. But the reuse of terrestrial frequency over the different coverage is possible, over a country is possible. But what I'm saying is given a specific area, specific frequency, it is not possible to reuse. Whereas in the case of space spectrum, you can use multiple times from several orbital slots of geostationary, or now you are seeing the multiple NGSO constellations are coming up using the same kind of frequency, providing service over global area, same coverage area. So reuse of spectrum, space spectrum is possible, whereas in the case of terrestrial it's not possible. The good thing about terrestrial is allocation of frequency in ITO table of frequency or national frequency allocation plan is both necessary and sufficient condition, whereas it is not so for the satellite. Even if the allocation exists, whether in the ITO table of frequency allocation or in the national frequency allocation plan, a country has to take efforts to acquire that orbit spectrum resources. If you take statistics of ITO database, I have checked up with 1 month before database. Out of 193 member countries, I have seen only 45 or 46 countries have registered, at least one orbital slot in geostationary route. It is irrespective of the band. It is not only C or K band, it can be any band, VHF or L band or any high frequency for data relay satellites. So if you see the number of countries, though they are following the international treaty, ITO, all haven't have become a spacefaring nation or have acquired the space spectrums. Of course, they must be using the terrestrial spectrum based on the ITO allocation. Even they must have formed their own frequency plan nationally. So they need not coordinate with the other countries. As Mr. Christopher told, for satellite spectrum, you need to go through the stipulated coordination procedures of ITU, and ITU gives a 7 years period of time. You have to coordinate with the other countries. The reason that you need to coordinate is satellite spectrum essentially goes out of your service area. It can interfere with the other countries. So you need to coordinate with the other satellite operators and other countries. It's a long process, and not only that, it is coordinating with the other international agency alone is not sufficient. You have to launch a satellite and operate it and continuously operate it. Then only the spectrum rights are given by ITU to you. If you discontinue the operation, then ITU cancels the record. So it is becoming very, very essential that somebody, an operator or the country takes a lot of efforts to acquire the orbit spectrum resources, to acquire and retain it. And one more thing is, in the satellite, as Christopher Ji told, it can cover multiple countries, not only over your country. We can acquire spectrum, orbit spectrum resources over Europe, Africa, America, and still we can provide service under our own administration. Similarly, America is providing service over India, for example, Intelsat, Eutelsat, Inmarsat, they are all operating. So it is possible that, unlike in the terrestrial, where your country's spectrum can be used to only your own territory, but not in the case of space. It is global. The nature itself is global, especially in the case of NGSO. So acquiring and operating continuously is an important element for the orbit spectrum resources. Then with respect to, managing both the space and the terrestrial, of course, earlier as Mr. Ramchandran told and Christopher Ji told earlier, there was not a big issue because from satellite point of view and the terrestrial point of view, it were I think only directional transmissions. Now it has become like, we are having in terrestrial, we have a mobile, and we are talking about for, even in the satellite-based rooftop broadband connectivity, so which may require, which will be using the NGSO satellites, which will be having a multi-directional antennas, ground antennas. So it is becoming very, very essential that both of them have to coexist, and the necessary coexistence studies need to be done. And the WPC has taken proactive measures to form or constitute committees to discuss all these aspects from the stakeholders. And with regard to spectrum, C and K band are already, flooded with satellites in geostationary as well as in the non-geostationary. Acquiring orbit spectrum resources in these two bands will be, I can even say that next to impossible. The only option available for, especially for a country like India, is Ka band, and the higher bands, QB bands. And the Ka bands, only few satellites we are seeing in operation. It may come up so early that many more satellites, but NGSOs are taking the spectrum and the orbits in huge way. So the coordination with the NGSO, GSO is one complex thing. Of course, as far as Ka band is concerned, there are band segments between NGSO and the non-GSO for their own use, but still both the people are using the same band depending upon the usage and the coordination conditions they achieve with each other. But a QV band, such a situation is not there. ITU is discussing them how to handle that. But the bandwidth available in both segments, higher bands, in Ka band, it is almost 3 to 3.5 gigahertz, and QV band, almost 5 gigahertz of spectrum is available. Now, in the days of both the terrestrial, mobile systems are also wanting huge bandwidth, and the terrestrial satellite also require huge bandwidth, considering the increased demand for broadband and IoT and other types of applications. So the only way what we see right now is the best way forward is the band segmentation. Part of the band can be used by terrestrial, part of the band can be used by space. But however, for space, we need both the user spectrum as well as gateway. So we may need much more than what equally shared. So we need to establish the mechanism where both terrestrial and space spectrum can coexist, and find new ways of sharing methodology. It may be allocating some region-wise for gateways, or some, as I told, band segmentation for user and terrestrial systems. And with regard to managing spectrum for satellite alone, unlike in the previous, the coordination was only with respect to the two neighboring satellites or satellite networks in the geostationary. Now it has become quite complex for with the advent of several NGSO constellations. The coordination has become difficult, especially in the higher band, where there is no Article 22 not still established. So both NGSO and the GSO can use, as of today, the full spectrum available. Only thing is the coordination between them needs to be established. And the seniority is whoever comes first, they will have the spectrum. One more good thing that happened in the WRC 19 is that for NGSO constellation to claim the full spectrum or whatever they project in the filing, ITU filing, they have planned a system. Now they have to bring 100% of the satellite they indicate in the IDF filing. If they file, the amount of spectrum, rather the constellation size will be reduced. So there are various ways being discussed at national and international level to discuss on the management of space spectrum as well as the terrestrial spectrum and between terrestrial and space. I believe WPC with several of its committees will come out with a good mechanism to address both space as well as terrestrial needs, which, as he told, contribute to the socio-economic matters of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the expert views on the proposed mechanism for harmonious coexistence between satellite and terrestrial technologies. Since we are running slightly behind schedule, I would request for the next few speakers to kindly stick to the time limit of 10 minutes. I shall be sending out an alert at the end of 8 minutes to inform you that there are only 2 minutes left. With this, we move on to the next part of our program. Our next speaker is Shri T.V. Ramachandran, President, Broadband India Forum. Before he takes the floor, okay. So we now welcome Shri Paritosh Saha, Executive Director, Broadcast Technology and Operations at Disney Star, to deliver the next talk. Paritosh, before you take the floor, I'd like to introduce you to the audience. Paritosh is an electronics engineer and a veteran in television broadcasting with experience of more than 25 years in the field. He's been a technical lead for many crucial projects in the erstwhile Star TV, now Disney Star. Remote production of live sports is one of the many projects conceived and implemented in Star. He was recently honored with Excellence in Broadcasting by Digital Studio India magazine. He's the technical advisor to the regulatory and legal team in Disney Star, as well as to IBDF, with effective contribution that has benefited the industry, such as removing the mandatory bit restriction for channel broadcast. Over to you, Paritosh. 10 minutes, the next 10 minutes is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. So good morning to everyone, and good morning, Mr. Christopher, Wireless Advisor, WPC DOT, and our chief guest today, and all the other dignitaries and my colleagues. I'm joining from Mumbai. Unfortunately, I'm not been able to come there in Delhi, but I think this is a great experience to be along with you in this session. I would also like to thank the organizers, Broadband India Forum, for this event, India Satcom 2022, and giving me this opportunity to talk about spectrum management and satellite and terrestrial technologies. Of course, my focus would purely be on the technology part and television broadcast, I being from the broadcast industry. Quickly move into the topic. So you all know that the entire delivery chain of television entertainment through C-band broadcast to DTH cable and IPTV operators and up to the consumer homes, this is a well-oiled system catering to approximately 210 million TV households as per the estimates of 2020. Okay. The technology with the GSO or geostationary satellites, which are like 37,000 kilometers above the Earth's equator, has sustained and survived the brutal test of time, and more than 30 years, we have been using this technology. And with this technology, there are newer technologies which have come, but this is sustained. One would also recollect that the GSO satellites started being used since the early 90s. It started from analog one channel per transponder to the present digital many channels per transponder. Today it is, in Mbps. We talk about Mbps when we define a channel. Now, this brings us to a very interesting development recently, and I would take this opportunity on behalf of the entire television fraternity in India to thank WPC, NOCC, and DOT for their, this is very important for us as deregulation of the minimum bit rate required for uplink a television channel. There were earlier certain restrictions, they have been removed, and they're going to help a lot in terms of various advantages like using a better technology, like we talk about coding, like HEVC and other technologies, which will bring down the bandwidth of even the high definition channels. So this effectively would allow us to use the satellite and transponder capacity more efficiently. We are also looking forward for the day when multiplexing of signals will be allowed for contribution feeds. Use case being that multiple streams from the event venue, like a sports event venue, can be uplinked, in a multiplexed fashion to the main studios and so on and so forth. Okay. This bitrate reduction, or this capping removal, will also help and motivate the launch of UHD, the ultra high definition, which I think is, it's time that it comes to that point, because the size of the television screen in the Indian living rooms are increasing. They have, they have moved out from the 25 inches to now probably the 50 inches in most of the cases. So we can expect the content to be more immersive with such technologies such as UHD and enhanced spatial surround sound. So these would all help with, with an effect of the removal of the capping. So thank you again for that. I would also like to emphasize that there are around 898 private Indian television channels uplinked on the C-band, out of which 532 channels are uplinked on at least 8 or more foreign satellites, which utilizes about 52 transponders. So it's a huge amount of capacity. The remaining channels are spread across 3 Indian satellites. So given the technological advancement and the availability of the C-band transponder capacity over India, there is scope to have more television channels to cater to the consumer needs. So there's ample amount of capacity right now available in the C-band, and with technology, of course, we can club in more number of channels in the C-band spectrum, the satellite spectrum here. Also, encouraging is MIB has recently expressed the intent to deregulate uplink of satellite television channels. I would again take this opportunity to thank MIB for this approach. This means that India can become an uplink hub and can cater to not only Indian uplinks, but also international needs. So clearly, if you see, satellite will continue to fuel the television broadcast as it provides. These are the 4 or 5 key important points. One is that it is a very robust, time-tested solution. 2 is it is pan-India and beyond, based purely on footprints. Equal penetration of satellite, which is very important, equal penetration of satellite signals all across the terrain, all across India. Every nook and corner is well covered. No bandwidth congestion arising out of sudden increase due to consumer demand. So, normally in the satellite communication, there is absolutely no bandwidth congestion. So this is a very important key portion of this use of the spectrum for television. And of course, the reuse of the same frequency without boundaries, because as one antenna always talks to only one satellite. So these are some of the major benefits. One of the other benefit that I've not mentioned is that it is very quick to deploy. You can take a SNG and just set it up in, very quickly to beam a signal from a particular venue to wherever you want to. So these are certain advantages that I spoke about. There are many more, and all of you know about it. So going forward, this you've spoken about. I think yesterday there were speakers who said that this is an industry of $8.2 billion. Okay, so and this industry is poised to grow further with the initiatives by the regulatory bodies. But it has to coexist with the new IMT. This is how we actually look at it, is that it has to coexist with the new IMT technologies such as 5G and the use of the lower frequency of the C-band spectrum up to 3670 megahertz for this purpose, which has been right now been allocated. Okay. There are two factors which impact the television broadcast signals on the C-band, and these are quite critical. One is the fact that the satellite signals
Excuse me,
are almost
Paritosh,
10
you have
times
2
lower in
minutes to
power
go, please.
as compared to the terrestrial signals. So obviously the satellite signal is at a disadvantage. Uh, out of Apart from this, there is also the out of band emission of the terrestrial signals, which has this out of band emissions. Normally they overdrive the LNBs used for the satellite downlink, and because of that, the entire downlink is lost. The channel goes black. For both these, the television and the IMT to coexist, there is, it's been observed, it's been tested, it's found out that there's a minimum of 100 megahertz guard band maintained. This is a practical observation. Theoretical numbers might be different, okay, because, when you look at practical, there are various other conditions which come in the picture, which normally when you're doing a theoretical calculation, it might not be so accurate. So that 100 megahertz is what we have observed is quite essential. The present C-band planning for our recommendation or suggestion or what we feel is that the C-band plan of allocating up to 3.67 megahertz to gigahertz to IMT should be maintained. That should not, it should be maintained at whatever it is as of today. Then, apart from this, for the coexistence, what is essential is all the operators, basically the facilities which are downlinking the C-band signals and then propagating them further for distribution, okay, have to use passband filter and of 3.7 gigahertz to ensure that there are, the out of band emission does not affect the LNB. Now, this would mean that, given the statistics across India, it would
Paritosh, we are out of time. You would need to wrap up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
There are 20,000 bandpass filters would be required for this. Okay. So this is what is required. These are two things which are very important to ensure that we coexist, because we have seen that even on the frequencies of 4 gigahertz and onwards, we have seen the out-of-band interference during the test that's been conducted to 5G. What we feel is that there is a lot of scope for the millimeter wave band for use for 5G. That's something that has been globally tested and is getting into the deployment stage. And there are various advantages to it because it supports more number of connections and doesn't reduce the speed substantially, even with higher number of connections. So crowded places and all such locations, airports and places like that, millimeter wave can be a good solution for the 5G implementation. So I'll quickly summarize 4 or 5 points. It is essential to continue with the C-band spectrum for broadcast in India, as approximately 900 channels are on C-band satellite. The existing satellites covering India has still capacity to accommodate more channels for India. The minimum bitrate removal will allow introduction of better technologies, which effectively is a boon to the consumers. Additional bandpass filters will be required in the future for coexistence, and the use of millimeter waves would be more suitable for India. And last but not the least, most important, which we feel is it is essential to conduct on-ground tests involving all the stakeholders. So whenever we try and implement, any changes to the plan, or when we try to implement new technologies, it is essential that the on-ground tests are done with all the stakeholders involved who would be affected by the change in the spectrum planning. So based on these facts, the spectrum planning and management needs to be, this needs to be planned to ensure inclusion and coexistence. This is what I would like to end my my speech with, this line that it should be towards inclusion and coexistence. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a lovely afternoon.
Thank you, Paritosh. Thanks a lot for giving us the broadcasting perspectives for spectrum. I would now like to move on to the next speaker, which is Shri T.V. Ramachandran, President, Broadband India Forum. A brief introduction. An esteemed industry veteran, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran has been part of the mobile telephony sector in India since its very inception as the first CEO of Sterling Cellular, and having established and led COI for 12 years, he's honorary fellow of IET London and IET India, and also global advisor to IET's Future Tech Panel. Over to you, TV sir. The next 10 minutes is yours. Thank you.
Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Debu. At the outset, I wish to clarify that I think it's important to have Q&A after all these interesting things, and you can cut me down as much as you wish to accommodate that, okay? First point. Second point is that sitting in a room where I see a whole lot of satellite specialists, spectrum stalwarts, and other experts, I don't feel diffident. I'm not a specialist, I'm not a spectrum expert, I'm not a satellite expert. So I have a tremendous advantage. I can make any statement and then disclaim any responsibility for that. So I've got that liberty. Albeit I have done my master's in physics, electronics and wireless, and do understand a bit of wave physics. First of all, I would like to start by saying that in this talk, I will therefore not be talking about many issues, but certain things which I want to come straight to the point. I'm not going to be very polite and general. I think it is more important to be clear in what you communicate. And because spectrum is a very sensitive subject, it always creates controversies, different opinions, arguments. So I don't want to, because not knowing too much about the subject, I'll make myself simple and clear. First of all, as far as I understand it in terrestrial and satellite mobile, spectrum is the most fundamental resource. But there's nothing great about it. There are other resources which are very similar, which are air, water, roads, and spectrum. See, each one of those is very vital. So let's not make too much about a big thing on that spectrum, because spectrum is also a shared resource like any of those. Satellite spectrum particularly is a shared resource, like roads, water, everything. That being the case, one has to understand what are the various uses possible, applications possible, and straight away what hits you is terrestrial application, satellite application. I spent most of my life in terrestrial, so I know probably a little more about it than the other one. Terrestrial is a well-established technology. Of course, satellite is also, but in terrestrial, as you all know it, spectrum is used by various operators in the same band, and that too, the terrestrial spectrum, to put in simple terms, can be chopped. If it is a 900 band, I can chop 2 megahertz, 4 megahertz, 5 megahertz, and give it to different people, different frequencies. That is well known because you're reading it in the papers every day. And that spectrum are spaced apart. There is no problem. People can use separately, different operators, A and B and C. In the case of satellite spectrum, it is somewhat different. From what we understand, satellite spectrum is a clear shared spectrum. And multiple users share the spectrum. Broadcast, we heard about broadcast, Paritosh was talking about it. DTH, DSNG, government, defense networks, backhaul for mobile, Wi-Fi. So all these are also there. And different satellite operators share. Like Wireless Advisor clearly pointed out, it's a centrally administered resource. centrally administered from, at the highest level, by ITU Geneva. So there, it is coordinated at that level, and different countries, as I understand it as a simpleton, different countries are given, you have to go and apply for orbital slots. It may be the same spectrum, but a different orbital slot. So it's a shared spectrum with different orbital slots. So one might ask as a layman, why don't you auction orbital slots? Yes, theoretically possible. So that way auction is possible. Some countries have tried it, and no small countries. Our giant US has tried it. Brazil has tried it. Mexico has tried it. And I believe the experience was not at all palatable. It's very difficult to manage, administer, and control that usage. A lot of regulations have to be put in place. WPC would have a nightmare managing that. And that is why US specifically passed a law forbidding this anymore. So they tried it, scalded their hands and withdrew, and that is not followed there. Others also have given up. So world over, nowhere, I repeat, world over, not one country auctions spectrum, have ever auctioned spectrum. Yes, 2-3 countries have attempted auction of orbital slots, but there also the experience has been bitter and forbidden. So very, very clear outcomes for us to consider when we decide. Of course, India is a sovereign country, it can decide what it wants to do. It doesn't have to copy any other nation. But if the entire world has come to some way after experience, there must be some meaning to it. We can't be the only ones who are right and everybody wrong. That's all I would offer to say. Secondly, Mr. Christopher rightly pointed out that one of the most important objectives of spectrum, he put it very nicely, efficient and effective use. He did not say just, many people just say, oh, efficient use of spectrum. He said very clearly, efficient and effective use. And both of those objectives, that objective which has two sub-objectives, they are violated completely by auctioning satellite spectrum. Very simple. It can be shown in any matter of physics. To auction terrestrial spectrum, you take 50 megahertz, chop it up into 4 or 5 bits, and then sell it to 4 or 5 people. That's fine. And they all coexist, everybody makes their own towers, this, that. But any physicist will tell you that the best, most effective and efficient use of spectrum will come only when you put all the 50 megahertz to use by one person setting up the facility. In fact, you would all be surprised that none other than Mr. Ratan Tata in 2005 or there around, he once wrote saying that to the government, that the ideal would be to have a national network using all the available spectrum. Then it becomes a central facility with the best, efficiently managed resource, no fragmentation. That's where you can pack in far more subscribers. Divided, you will be able to accommodate a reduced total. If 1 million can be accommodated with X, when you divide it into fragments, you will be accommodating less. And that's simple physics. He said, why not government set up a national and make service providers? People bid for ability to use it. You can do that. And that's a very brilliant point, but it became very late in the day to do that. You can do it when you're starting a country or doing something, but it becomes very horrendous to break up an existing system and already auctioned spectrum. So that was I'm mentioning it just for the fact that there is a way of maximum usage of a spectrum, and that is not to divide it. In satellite, we are using undivided spectrum. Shared spectrum, different orbital slots, but not divided. if you want to make an auction, you have to break it up and auction fragments. Then forever your efficiency and effective use plummets. Is that what the country wants? With our huge population and a huge terrain of subcontinent, we want, in fact, the best, most efficient and most effective use of spectrum. The largest population, largest terrain, it's a no-brainer that we cannot adopt anything that will lead to less efficient use of spectrum. So that is my simple view as a physicist on what we can or consider in terms of spectrum, satellite spectrum. Yeah. So I have reached the end of my time, 8 minutes. I don't have anything more to add on that except to clarify. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, TRA chairman spoke brilliantly, made some points, and he referred to auction of satellite spectrum and made some very excellent, correct remarks, enlightened us. Unfortunately, I don't know if any media people are present today. I think that being a complex subject, I'm not surprised. Some media person present have probably misunderstood and misreported it. He said, and it has been widely reported in media today, if you would have seen, that India will be the first to auction, And that's catching a bit of a clause out of complete context. So I want to, luckily we all heard it differently. We were all very surprised when we saw that. So I want to clarify it for the understanding of the media. I don't blame them. Spectrum is a very complicated subject, a lot of technicalities involved. So I would like to clarify from our tape recording. Luckily, we have a tape recording. I'm going to read the complete thing out in sequence. And you can judge for yourself what he meant. Because in my opinion, no regulator, even the most new regulator, will ever dare to say, give the conclusion of a consultation before the consultation is over. That is simply not done. I'm now quoting from what we have recorded. Necessary reforms in the policy frame should give full opportunity which is available in the sector to be utilized. That was a starting point, which is very good. And TRA is in the receipt of reference from DOT for spectrum required and to be put to auction. And also associated aspects of, in respect of communication. I think India will be the first to handle the issue of auctioning the space-based spectrum. He did not say we're going to auction he said it is going to be the first to handle the issue, the subject of auctioning the space-based spectrum, and we are working on it. And we will come out with a consultation paper in due course. And naturally, you know, your people and your help in sorting out coming out with a sort of model which can actually see the idea that we can create an ecosystem. It is just exact words, so forgive me if there are any lapses. We can suggest that you know this spectrum, space spectrum, to be put to auction, but that should not kill the sector. I repeat, we can suggest that you know this space spectrum should be put to auction, but that should not kill the sector. That is very important. Any system that we bring in should naturally actually encourage and promote investment in the sector, and you should not increase any burden. That is the biggest challenge we have, and we are conscious of this fact. We are at a juncture where, you know, when we make recommendation with regard to space-based spectrum, and we have to evolve a system which is actually promoting investment. investment in the sector and does not create any burden on the investors. I think there cannot be greater clarity than this. He has said very clearly that they are going to consult, they are going to look, and the very fact of this consultation is the very first thing anybody has looked at this subject, auctioning out. So you can make your own conclusions. I earnestly request any media person here, with all due respect, I tell them that, look, they're not the first ones to have misunderstood. Spectrum is a very complicated subject, so please make note of what I said and kindly clarify if anybody is present. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think I've exceeded my time.
Thanks, TV sir, for that excellent clarification as well as your talk on this subject. Chairman sir, with your kind permission, can we open the floor for one or two questions, please, in the Q&A? We have a little time, sir. So since so we should be able to manage. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Mr.
thank you. Good morning, everyone. A great learning, and with Mr. Christopher, Mr. Kumar, Mohan, and TV Saab and Mr. Saha. So I have just got one idea, and that is personal from my side about this debate, what is going on for a few months, and especially yesterday, TRA chairman and the media, and now our president, TV Saab also. So I had just idea, because earlier in the mobile also, before the auction started, it was the spectrum was clubbed with the license, and it worked. It worked, and then they went for the auction. So now the issue here is that how to allocate the spectrum for satellite, as Mr. Kumar Mohan also mentioned, how to allocate. One is the pricing, and other is the allocation. So, and there are choices. One, of course, is the auction, other is administrative, beauty contest. There are a lot of choices. So why not to try what we did with the mobile in the beginning, that you give the spectrum along with the license. Like now there is a license for spectrum. There are GMPCS or VSAT. So first try, or the government should identify what is the spectrum to be used for a VSAT license, what is the spectrum to be used for a GMPCS license. Then whosoever applies for that license, he can be given, as we did it for the mobile 30 years back, to start with, so that the debate of auction and not to auction goes away, and we unnecessarily don't basically enter into a very complex, controversial, and a risky area. So, and maybe Mr. Christopher, you are the boss there with the ministry. So I think, can you give any comments whether that is worth consideration, clubbing the spectrum with the license for the satellite services?
Hello. Thank you for the question. I'm audible? Okay. You are comparing the terrestrial spectrum pre-auction period with this current satellite services. As of now, spectrum is allocated through administrative mechanism only for the satellite communication. But you know, there are cases when scarcity comes. As I tell, whenever there is natural resource becomes scarcity, the price factor is introduced. Then people have to compete for that. So spectrum should be given to those who are going to use it most optimally, means where it will be better utilized. So it will be auctioned, or in this context it will be auctioned or not auctioned. I cannot tell you now, because we have referred the matter to TRI. They will have to examine all the angles from all the aspects. Then only it can come back to us. Then the committee will look into the recommendation and accordingly take a decision. And that is the process. So we do not know what is going to happen in this future. No? Thank you.
I see one more hand.
Can you hear me? Okay. So, we have been dealing with the spectrum. So, I come to the point that you have ground, air and space. We are talking
Sir,
about...
please identify yourself before
For
you...
myself, Prakash Ramchandran, I am from Emerging Open Technology Foundation. I am the Executive Secretary of EOTF. And I am a satellite player in the game. At least I know the subject. I am from IIT Bombay. Okay. Given that, I am looking at ground, air and space. We have been talking about space and satellite. What happens to the air in between? Like you have 1 kilometer terrestrial, 1 to 10 kilometer and 10 to 30, something like commercial airspace, HAP, LAP, HAP, and then what you call the ones which are used for defense, for missile and all that. And then we talk about space. So where is the spectrum for the air in between? You talk about ground terrestrial, you talk about the space. What happens to the commercial airspace or to the missiles and all those? Is there anything which is reserved or is there any spectrum allocated there? Have you got my question or? Anybody, if you can give some, like in commercial airspace, we do Wi-Fi, right? How does that go about?
Yeah, am I audible? Okay. As per IQ definition, 100 kilometers and above are called space, and below that are, of course, it says that suborbital. As per my understanding, any frequency used below 100 kilometers comes under terrestrial category, and above 100 comes in the space. If you see most of the satellites, you take Earth observation and LEO satellites, they work above 300 kilometers. So in between, only maybe for experimental or something, maybe they may be using. But 100 kilometer and above are called a space spectrum or a space, and below 100 are called terrestrial or treated as terrestrial. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Since I don't see any more raise of hands, so we could bring this Q&A session to a close. Somebody there? Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Hani Charnalia and I'm from Rio Global Services. So my question is to you, Christopher sir, and Mr. Paritosh Saha about the future readiness of the spectrum, because we can see now in the OTT platform we have a lot of interactive, videos also, wherein there is a uplink also is to play a role, right? So, and then, the 8K videos and the immersive videos and all those kind of stuff. So, is there any provision for the future readiness of these spectrum allocation also?
Spectrum allocation is done as per our national frequency plan for different services. It has already been allocated, and based on that allocation, we follow the assignment. I think you are speaking about C-band or specifically? Yes, C-band, as you know, is from 3.7 to 4.2. That still is used for broadcasting only. It is not...
Up to the HD videos, it is fine. When it goes beyond HD, like 4K or 8K.
No, that is the compression you are talking.
Right.
The spectrum, how optimally you can use it depending on the compression. So if you use better compression technology, you can send more information. Okay. I think that is what I understand.
Right. Yeah, if I may add, about the 4K and 8K, it's basically a use case that you're referring to in terms of what you can use as a payload. Okay, in terms of the spectrum, that's completely different. So in terms of payload, if I have to refer to your question, answer your question, today we have technology, we have HEVC, which can bring down the compression from earlier MPEG 2, where you needed around 27 Mbps to do 4K. Today that has come down to probably a very good quality 4K with an HEVC would require probably 16 Mbps. You get on a transponder, you get roughly around 60 or 64 Mbps, depending on how do you set up your modulation and other things. But you get that kind of a bandwidth, so you can have multiple UHD channels, which will give not only that's in terms of the satellite, which will give you an immersive experience, and then that can be connected back if you have a reverse path to further augment that experience.
Thank you, Christopher sir. Thank you, Paritosh ji. I see no more raise of hands. So we can bring the Q&A session now to a close and move on. I would now like to request Christopher sir to say a few words on as the concluding remarks for the session. Over to you, sir. You can do it from there itself, sir.
Thank you. So this was an interesting session covering the spectrum management, auctioning the spectrum, satellite spectrum. All these things are we have discussed in detail. First of all, Mr. Sri P.V. Kumaramohan from ISRO has highlighted the difficulties of bilateral coordination and multilateral coordination before he bring the satellite into the orbit. He has also emphasized on the crowding of the C-band and Ku band and the opportunity for us to go to the higher bands where there are huge bandwidth available. But still that to coexist with the terrestrial and satellite, we have to innovate ourselves. Sharing studies has to be done for specific for our country when higher bands, when you go up in the Ka band, V band, Q band, etc. We will have to do the sharing studies, and technology innovation is another challenge for coexisting when there is no symbol band segmentation is not possible. So we have to think out of the box to come with new technologies for us to continue to coexist without interfering to each other. So thank you, Kumara Mohan, for that, for emphasizing that. Then Sri Paritosh Saha, he is from broadcasting side. He also has discussed about the C-band and the utility of the C-band, how much it was able to serve the people in television. He also talked about the different technologies, multiplexing, etc. And he has also, most importantly, about the filter, passband filter between in the C-band, between the terrestrial and satellite portion, so that both can coexist together and continue to serve the nation. Then we had Sri T.V. Ramachandran, who is the president of this Broadband India Forum. He was talking about the auction and how it is going to, how it can be feasible, whether it is feasible or not feasible. But his opinion is that when the spectrum for satellite communication is to be shared by multiple multiple persons, multiple services, how it can be auction. Auction may not be an easy affair. It can become more complex. And he has covered all the disadvantages of auctioning the spectrum. But finally, he has also clarified about the statement made by the TRI chairman in the yesterday's. So I think that we can think about that, because TRI has to do the consultation. They are yet to initiate that process, and it may take some time before some conclusion can be drawn. So with this, I thank you, the Broadband India Forum, for this session, and I hope we have addressed some of the questions also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for the concluding remarks. Before we end, so we have two small things to do. One, I would now request Mr. K. Aravamudan, sir, co-chair of the BIF ICAC committee and Executive Vice President, Government and Regulatory Affairs, Disney Star, to deliver the vote of thanks, after which we'll have a small round of felicitation for the speakers on the stage. Over to you, sir, for delivering the vote of thanks.
You're giving me a promotion now. Hi, thank you everyone. Good morning. Thank you, panelists, for this, for sparing your valuable time and thoughts. Also happy to tell everyone that I had the pleasure and privilege of working with all of them in the last 15 years, all the panelists here. Their views on the subject of spectrum management for satellite and terrestrial technologies, which they shared with us, were deeply insightful. I want to take this opportunity to emphasize the fact that satellite spectrum plays an important role in socio-economic development of the country. Its contribution to economy overweights revenue generation only through a particular process. Thus, spectrum planning and allocation must take a forward-looking approach, which requires conducting a broad impact assessment on various sectors, technologies, public and social service, and above all, national interests. I would also like to congratulate WPC and DOT for the recent reform measures, which includes removal of the annual NOCC charges for both telecom and broadcasting sectors, and the long-standing demands of the broadcasting sector for the removal of the bitrate caps of transponder usages. In addition, the removal of WPC endorsement of TV channels, online approval of carrier plans within 7 days, self-certification of uplink permissions, and quicker approvals are welcome developments which will promote ease of doing business in the broadcasting sector. These reforms highlight the Government of India's willingness to walk the talk, not just talk. We at BIF are confident that such forward-looking reforms and policies will play an enabling role in the growth of the sector, which depend on the use of spectrum. Finally, I must also thank BIF for including the subject at an important time like this, as the Government of India is expected to unveil its new space policy soon, and the country is in the midst of discussing the draft telecom bill. Once again, many, many thanks to all the panelists and the esteemed audience. Thank you.
I would now request Shri Sunil Nirania ji, DDG Satellite DOT, to kindly give the mementos to the speakers on the stage. Over to you, sir. We start with Shri Vijay Christopher, Wireless Advisor, WPC, DOT. Next to Shri P.V. Kumaramohan, Associate Director, Satcom PO, ISRO Headquarters. Then to Shri K. Aravamudan, Co-Chair, ICAC Committee and Executive Vice President. Sir, please. And of course with Paritosh also. Oh, I see he has disconnected.
I'm there still.
Oh, Paritosh is there. So Paritosh, a round of applause, and we will be sending you your this thing, memento, over to you in Bombay. I can give it to currently to Aravamudan, sir. So kindly.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been my pleasure.
This is to Mr. Aravamodan. He will receive it on behalf of Mr. Paritosh Saha. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Paritosh. With this, we come to the conclusion of this session. I thank each and every one of you for having listened to us so patiently, and I hope you enjoyed the session. With this, now we shall break for lunch. The lunch is being served outside. We shall reassemble after lunch sharp at 1:30, please. All of you are requested to come back to join the next session immediately after lunch, which is session 3, which is on role of innovation for affordable satellite broadband. Thank you all. And a group photograph, please, for everyone, please.
Fantastic takeaways and deliberations made this session truly memorable. India is poised to be the next big story of the world. Thank you for this wonderful session.
century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
Hughes Network Systems. We make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business. Such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and pre-empt network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage your network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes Network.
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as your vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire a billion imaginations.
A half century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
Hughes Network Systems. We make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business. Such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and free up network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage your network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes Network.
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as a vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages, where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
Network systems. We make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business. Such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and free up network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage our network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes Network.
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as your vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages, where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
Hughes Network Systems. We make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business. Such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and preempt network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage your network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. we are proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes Network.
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as a vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages, where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
Hughes Network Systems. We make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business. Such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and free up network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage your network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes,
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as a vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages, where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
network systems, we make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business. Such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and free up network anomalies. close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage our network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes Networks,
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Don't just make an app. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as a vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
A half-century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend, and extending mobile network access to people in remote villages where smartphones are lifelines. And we are just getting started. Visit Hughes.com to learn more.
Network systems. We make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every Hughes solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business. Such as in our Network Operations Center, the state-of-the-art nerve center of Hughes. Staffed around the clock, 365 days a year, and fully redundant outside of our headquarters, the Hughes NOC manages the most complex networks, down to the smallest detail, with artificial intelligence and machine learning features that help our engineers automatically anticipate and free up network anomalies. Close by is our Security Operations Center, also fully redundant to maintain continuity no matter what. Our SOC evaluates megabytes of event logs each day for every site we support, identifying critical events that can cause security concerns and passing them on for mitigation. At the Hughes manufacturing facility outside of Washington, D.C., we produce tens of thousands of routers a month, plus the gateways and modems that power networks in over 100 countries. Having manufactured millions of devices right here in our own facility, we continue to innovate the technologies that enable better performing, more efficient network deployments for our customers. And behind every network implementation for our customers is 24/7 support from our program management team. Combined into one seamless customer-focused function, your program manager leads an elite team of service, support, and project management professionals and engineers. Their sole focus is to manage your network from inception to design to deployment, ongoing management, upgrades, updates, and expansions. But we don't do it all ourselves here at Hughes. We're proud of our relationships with more than 300 carriers, plus installers and field service technicians in every region where we operate, who work together with us to connect the multi-transport solutions that power our customers' networks. As a managed service provider, we bring it all together for our customers. The single point of contact to design, implement, secure, monitor, optimize, and grow your network across all of your locations. At Hughes, we do whatever it takes to go the extra mile for our customers. At Hughes Network.
Don't just change set formulas. Change mindsets. Change how people see people on television. Then change how they see life. Then take the box, turn it into the intelligent box, and then go out of that box. If people don't watch something, make it the biggest thing to watch. Don't ever think small for the small screen. Become the biggest thing in everything. In the biggest cities and smallest villages. Be the prime mover of prime time, or any other time for almost everyone, every time. And after you have done it all, disrupt it all. Build a country of believers. Take it to the metros, to the big towns, to the towns with less than 1 million. Take it as far as a vision takes. Add great content. Add content they've never seen before. Hit refresh. Again, and again, and again. Keep adding till they have the stories they want and deserve. Till there's something for everyone. Change the game. Don't just entertain. Inspire 1 billion imaginations.
A half century connecting the world. Like every great startup story, this one begins in a humble suburban garage where 7 young engineers started a business designing telecom circuit boards. That was 1971. Today, Hughes powers satellite and multi-transport solutions for millions of people, businesses, governments, and communities around the world, enabling in-flight Wi-Fi and military Satcom, and managing the distributed enterprise networks on which retailers, restaurants, gas stations, and government agencies rely. Driven to connect the unconnected, Hughes invented satellite internet, bringing the benefits of broadband to millions of families that other ISPs wouldn't serve, all while continuing to innovate, connect, and orchestrate the networks on which people everywhere depend.
make it our business to help your business by optimizing the networks that help you achieve your organization's goals. Behind every huge solution, you'll find decades of enterprise networking experience, hundreds of patents, and thousands of employees. Throughout our facilities, you'll find employees with a passion for innovation who are dedicated to helping solve networking challenges that will unlock the connected future for your business, such as in our Network Operations Center.
Hello. Christian.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah, okay.
Hello.
The connection is...
Can you hear me?
Yes. And
how about if I switch my video on? Will you be able to see me?
Yeah. And slides?
Yeah. Can you see me now?
Yeah. The slides are about...
Okay, I'm gonna share my slides.
Yes. Okay. All well. Right.
Yeah, works.
Works. Yeah. Bye.
So if I move through them, do they change?
Okay. ठीक है. ठीक है. Thanks.
ऑफ कर दो ये और
It changes a bit slow. Yeah. Are the slides changing?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, all audible. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Mehul.
Good afternoon. Warm welcome to distinguished guests, experts and participants for this important session on role of innovation for affordable satellite broadband. We request them to share their valued insights and experience on the subject.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Vishwa, for that very nice, pleasant announcement. I wish to request those who are outside the hall may please come inside with their plates in case they haven't finished lunch. We are going to start technical session 3 now. And to begin with, I would now request President BIF, Shri T.V. Ramachandran. But before I do that, I would first like to call upon all the panelists up on the stage, starting with our session chair, Shri D. Radhakrishnan, CMD NSIL. Sir, kindly. Round of applause, please. I would now like to call upon Shri Gaurav Kharod, Country Head, Intelsat, to kindly take the dais, please, as a speaker. After which, I would now like to call upon Mr. Shivaji Chatterjee from Hughes. Shivaji, please. And who's the last speaker? I would also like to call upon Professor Satyanarayan Chakravarti. I know he was having lunch, so I'm requesting Professor Chakravarti to please come up on stage. Somebody please reach out to him. He must be outside, if he can kindly come. And in any case, we'll start off the session. To begin with, I request President BIF, Shri T.V. Ramachandran, to come up on dais to deliver the welcome address for this session. Over to you, TV sir. And for the sake of all, ladies and gentlemen, this session is on the role of innovation for promoting satellite broadband. Over to you, TV sir.
Thank you, Debu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to this panel led by Chairman Mr. Radhakrishnan. As Debu has pointed out, the theme is role of innovation for affordable satellite broadband. And which better chairman for this subject than Mr. Radhakrishnan, who has been launching physically and supportively all the new happenings in the space sector. So we are very lucky to have him. I will not take much time, but only say that entirely whatever is happening today in satellite is all coming as innovations. 160 startups, each one with some bright new idea. And that's being made to happen in partnership with ISRO, DOS, InSpace. So it's a great collaborative effort. Mr. Radhakrishnan is, as you all know, CMD of NSIL, a very dynamic and knowledgeable gentleman. He joined ISRO in 1989, and he has more than 33 years of experience in space work. He did his BTech Aerospace Engineering from MIT Madras Anna University, which was also the home of Mr. Abdul Kalam, Dr. Abdul Kalam, Dr. Shivan. So he's from that great institute and specialized in all aspects of aerospace engineering. And in ISRO, during all these years, he's had vast experience in handling space programs and projects, especially launch vehicles and satellites, and a lot of work on intellectual, on contractual, technical, and managerial aspects. So it brings a very rich experience, which will help us in discussion of innovation in this sector. With this, I'll hand over to Mr. Radhakrishnan to take over this session and come forward with some introductory remarks before proceeding. Oh, yeah. So, one second.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to felicitate our session chair, Shri D. Radhakrishnan, Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, to kindly honor him with a shawl. Thank you. Thank you, T.V. sir. Over to you, sir. So you can take, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Ramachandran. A very good afternoon to all the delegates and guests from various departments of government, industrial fraternity, and emerging space startups. I think the space startup is one of the biggest buzzword today that is happening around with the opening up of the space sector. Special thanks to Broadband India Forum, BIF, for organizing this India Satcom 2022 event. This is the first time I'm having a kind of a physical participation in the event. And it's really heartening to note the kind of deliberations that happened yesterday and today on quite a varied subjects, I would say, starting from space policy, that is the talk of the town, I would say, in the present context, to opening of the space sector, involvement of Indian space startups, and then communication-based services, and very recently before lunch we had on the frequency management related aspect. So in fact, the kind of agenda they have put up for this particular event is really quite diverse. Let me start by saying that the private space sector in India is emerging in a extremely fast and big way in recent times. Especially, I would say it has come into more prominence after the announcement of the space sector reforms by Government of India during June 2020 as part of unlocking India's potential in space sector. Now, if you look at it, on one hand, we have a promotion, authorization, and a regulatory body, the InSpace, which has been very instrumental, and it has been established primarily to provide the way forward and hand-holding to various private and space startup sector to enable them to do space business in a much easier and efficient manner. And if you look on the other side, after the space sector reform has happened, we had this InSpace, and on the other side there was an entity which is the New Space India Limited, a 100% owned Government of India company under a Department of Space, and more specifically, I would say at this juncture, the commercial arm of Indian Space Research Organization. So we were basically established to do end-to-end commercial space business and also offload ISRO of performing the routine operational missions, now which has been the mandate that has been passed on to NSIL to carry out all the operational missions of ISRO on a demand-driven mode. So that is the reason you would have seen of late we had the communication satellite GSAT-24, which was fully funded by New Space India Limited, launched and we are going to provide the services through Tata Sky to the users here. Now, if you look at the kind of activity that we perform, and before I go into the kind of innovations that we are looking at in the communication sector, I thought I'll just give a little couple of lines on what exactly we are doing at NSIL. So we at NSIL are into building ISRO's launch vehicles through Indian industry. You would have recently heard the news that we have enabled Hindustan Aeronautics Limited and L&T to manufacture 5 numbers of PSLV rockets. And this is just the beginning, and this is going to pave the way for all future ISRO launches to be manufactured through the industry. So we are trying to basically enhance the participation of Indian industry in the space-related activities. That is our primary goal. And every activity we do in the space arena is going to be fully commercial in nature, like any other private companies, where the money that you put in, you ensure that you have a good return on your investment that has been done. So this is one of our primary area of activity where we are building the launches through industry. And in the future, we are also looking at building the heaviest launcher of ISRO, which is GSLV Mark III. You would have recently heard the news. I think the first time we have gone commercial, where we launched 36 OneWeb satellites from using GSLV Mark III. In fact, the vehicle capability was more than 36. It could have gone even up to 42 satellites. So that is the kind of potential this heavy lift launcher has. And we are trying to see how to, with the advent of all this broadband communication satellite businesses coming up, we are just trying to see how do we ramp up the production of GSLV Mark III so that we ensure we play a much bigger role in the international launch services market, which is our primary focus of activity. In addition, we are also providing, as I mentioned already, launch services to global satellite customers and most importantly, communication-based, satellite-based services, which is our key area of activity now. And I'm proud to say that we presently own a fleet of 11 in-orbit communication satellites in GEO, and thanks to Department of Space and ISRO for enabling us this transfer so that we can do the space-based services in a much more efficient, I would say, in a more commercial manner. And with this, I think we have become also the first Indian private satellite operator who has the privilege to own and operate communication satellites from space. And our plan in the immediate 1 year or so, or maybe I would say less than 2 years, we'll be also owning around 4 high-throughput communication satellites. As we extensively do communication satellite-based services in India, I would like to say that we all as a satellite operator, now we have the satellite operators and owner of who provide the services as well, Intelsat, Hughes, we have Viasat and a professor from Indian Institute of Technology from Agnikul. I would say that as a satellite operator, we have to be extremely conscious of the innovations that are happening in the broadband communication sector. Now, if you look at the little background of the communication satellite, now we all talked about the bent pipe communication satellites in the past, in the recent past. I'm not saying that it has become outdated, but yes, recent past and even presently. But slowly and steadily, I would say in the context of India, we are entering into a kind of a high throughput HTS multi-beam satellite capacity, primarily to bring down the cost of per megabits of data so that it becomes more affordable to the user and thereby ensure substantial growth of user base. So once the capacity is made affordable to the user, it's obviously going to increase the entire customer base and trying to bring in more revenue both for the service provider as well as the country. So the bigger challenge in my context basically lies in enabling the connectivity needs of the people who are in far-flung areas, I would say rather inaccessible areas, especially so more relevant in the Indian context, especially when you talk about the Northeast, J&K and some of the other places where access to the regular communications is not there. So this is one area I would request all the other operators also to keep an eye on to ensure that how you provide better services to them. Now, if you look at the recent trends in providing broadband connectivity, the thing that is emerging today is the LEO constellation that is coming fast emerging, and there are several players in the race. One is OneWeb and Starlink who have already entered into this market, and many more, as you may be all aware, like Amazon, Telesat, they are lining up to launch their space system. Many more may be in the offing, but I just want to mention who are in a slightly matured level of realization. So their systems are going to also enter into the arena of providing broadband communication. I'm sure, I think there has been a lot of debate about geo and LEO broadband communication. I'm very confident that I think both systems have their own merits. So they would continue to coexist and complement each other. And finally, it is the user who has to get benefited. The cost of the per megabit of data that he gets at the most affordable way is what we should look at it. Now, if you look at the technological advancements that are happening in the communication satellites, they are all fast emerging. I think all of you may be aware. People talk about this software-defined radios, digital beamforming, where satellites can autonomously reallocate, reconfigure, and handle massive bandwidth. I think this is one of the things as per the demand, which is what the need of the hour is. This eventually is going to support the populated user base whenever and wherever required. I think that is the need. See, you cannot have a kind of a satellite pointing at fixed area and suddenly you find after 3 to 4 years the user base has gone. It becomes useless in space. So there should be a kind of a, the advancement that are happening in the communication satellite area, I think is very timely. I think these systems are going to provide better value for the money as effective utilization is going to happen based on the need. Wherever the need is there, we will have an option to do that. Likewise, some of the advancements which I have come across, which when we discuss with various customers, we find the advancements in optical communication, inter-satellite links, IoTs, then we also talk about this decentralized communication terminals, virtual ground networks, and most recently I have come across a team who are now building direct satellite to handset. It's a very innovative and important concept that is going to become a reality in the shortest possible time. I'm sure the people who are coming up with this particular concept are also going to put up a lot of constellation proposals. I personally feel in the context of this about technological advancement as India, I think we should look more from the India perspective. We need to really understand and see how we adapt to these technological advancements and at the same time keep sight of the commercial advantage, because we being all as a private player and there is going to be end user, we should keep the commercial advantage this particular technology advancements are going to offer to the user at the end. So to conclude, I would say, I think the theme for this session, the role of innovation for affordable satellite broadband is definitely the need of the hour. And my fellow panelists who are all specialized in this particular area, I look forward to a kind of a good deliberation and good points from them so that everybody present here and who are going listening also virtually and get eventually enriched and benefited by their wisdom and experience. And thank you very much for the opportunity and look forward to a very fruitful discussion during the deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those excellent remarks, opening remarks, which has set the context for this session. Before I welcome all the other speakers, I'd like to take the opportunity to also welcome two of the speakers for this particular session who have joined online, who I had missed out in my opening address. They are Mr. Christian Gomez, Senior Director, Government and Regulatory Affairs, Asia Pacific, Viasat. Welcome, Christian. And Mr. Harsh Verma, Vice President Sales from Asia, from SES. Thank you, Harsh. Welcome to the session. Before I invite the next speaker on stage, I'd like to just set out some housekeeping rules. Since this is going to be a 1.5-hour session and we have about 7 speakers, so I would request each speaker to kindly stick to the time, which is 10 minutes. At the end of 8 minutes, I shall let out a small alert saying that you have 2 more minutes left. So kindly please stick to the time to ensure that the session ends on time. Thank you very much for your cooperation. With this, I now invite our next speaker for this session, which is Mr. Gaurav Karod, Country Head, Intelsat. Before he takes the floor, let me just read out his profile. Mr. Gaurav is a satellite professional with more than 20 years of experience across the business segments of satellite ground systems, satellite networks, as well as providing satellite services. He has expertise across different domains, including in designing and commercializing networks for satellite media distribution and satellite communication markets. Over to you, Gaurav. The next 10 minutes are yours.
There's nothing. Enough contraction. No. Thank you, Debashish, and thank you, Broadband India Forum, for having me here. This is a topic that is dear to all satellite companies as to what is the role that we play in trying to bridge the digital divide. How do we make satellite broadband affordable? And I promise I'll probably wrap it up in 8 minutes. And Debashish, feel free to alert me twice if needed. I've got 19 slides, but a lot of them are separators, so I will quickly move. This is Intelsat, so most of you would have heard about Intelsat. We are present in 5 different domains, and I'll not take a lot of your time on this, but we are into networks business, media business, in-flight communications, maritime, and government services. And we are substantially large across all of these domains and have a global coverage covering 99% of the world. I'm going to talk about these topics, emerging trends across different parts of the satellite ecosystem. I wish I had included one more topic, which someone in the audience mentioned to me over the lunch, which was applications on the ground side, but I think I'll restrict my discussion to what's up there in the satellite. So these are some of the emerging trends, and Dr. Radhakrishnan has already mentioned quite a few of those, and I'll not elaborate too much on this, but I think primarily these are the trends which are driving the innovations that we see in the satellite market. First is a lot of the hardware that was earlier built into anything that we used is now moving to software. So there was a time, once upon a time, a few years back, when we used to think of satellite payloads and how do you do advancement in satellite payloads. And then we thought about building a processor on the satellite and then putting some payloads which is more advanced on the satellite. A lot of that has been now resolved with software based radios and software helping us take the function of hardware. There is diversification of orbits. I don't need to mention about LEOs, GEOs, and I have a few slides on that coming up. The third one is very critical, and I think that's something that the industry has not so far seen, the satellite industry, which is standardization, adoption of standards. A lot of the networks that we have today, and we've been having over the last several years on satellite, they still are island networks, proprietary networks. They don't talk to each other. And I think universal standards, and I'll talk about that a little bit in the upcoming slides, is going to be a big trend which will allow the proliferation of broadband over satellite. And then, of course, the entry of some large hyperscalers, to name a few like Starlink, Elon Musk, or Amazon, which is helping the industry with more investments and getting more popular. Software-defined satellites, the radios that can change the footprint, can adopt the power to the requirement on the ground, can follow a particular customer on an aircraft, for example. Those are the kinds of satellites that are now being developed. Multi-orbit networks, I'll talk about LEOs and GEOs. Software-defined networks on the ground, so complementing the software-defined satellites, where the satellite can be reconfigured and the beams and the power can be reoriented. Similarly, on the ground, there are networks which can be oriented to use the satellite resources. And then 5G standards, the 5G release 16 under 3GPP has now got a waveform which is defined for non-terrestrial networks, NTN. And so far, all the proprietary algorithms, the proprietary waveforms that have been created on the ground systems on satellites will move towards a standards-based approach, and I think the industry should look forward to that in a big way. And all of this will be enabled by a smart edge terminal. And I've got a diagram which explains that a little bit. I'll talk briefly about multi-orbit solutions. So we are talking about non-GSO and GSO, or LEO, MEOs, and GSOs. What I did was, and this comes with a disclaimer, this slide is something that I feel dearly about. If you see the colors on the bottom, red to the green is where the particular system has a sweet spot. I may be wrong, so don't hold me against it. But this is my view about how, what are the advantages of a geostationary system versus a non-geostationary system. So definite advantage for latency, for availability of bandwidth and capacity that the LEOs and the MEOs can provide as compared to a geostationary satellite. But then there are a few advantages that the geostationary satellite also has, and this has been there forever. And I think only a mix of both these systems, GSO and an NGSO, is where the world is headed towards. So where are we headed towards is a unified network. And I will try and summarize the diagram with some of the points mentioned on the right, which are very small, so I'll probably help you with that. Software-defined networks in the air, in the sky, in the space, software-defined networks on the ground. And I think this is going to be one key element across the board. The second part is multi-orbit. We already talked about it. Dr. Radhakrishnan mentioned a few of the names which are there in the LEO constellation segment. Coming together of the geostationary satellite and the LEO satellites is going to be a key in the future. And then one other element, and I heard one of the questions in the previous session which talked about what is there between the airspace from 0 to 100 kilometers, and then how does space go above 100 kilometers. There is a new technology coming up called HAPS, High Altitude Platform Systems. And I think it sits somewhere in between a 50 to 100 kilometer range. And that would be another layer of a solution which will be sitting somewhere in between the NGSOs and the Earth. And of course, on the software-defined ground networks, I'm going to cover through one slide. There's a lot happening in terms of the ground segment and as 5G standards roll out. And the last part of this is going to be the Smart Edge terminal. I've got one more slide on that. So this is the Smart Edge terminal of tomorrow. It is in the development stage today. Some of the key markets like the aero market or the maritime market are driving the innovations in this segment, wherein the terminal, which is the Smart Edge terminal, on the one hand it talks to the local network and it can talk various different protocols. It could be Wi-Fi, it could be 5G, it could be any other last mile connectivity in that local network. And then on the satellite side, it can talk to a LEO satellite, it can talk to a MEO satellite. It can also probably talk to a terrestrial network or a geostationary satellite. So a terminal which does all kinds of wide area connectivity, WAN connectivity on satellite, terrestrial, and on the land side as well. And this would be the perfect recipe for success for the satellite industry going forward. So I'll talk about the unified network. This is the vision that we believe we are headed towards. On the left are customer types, and this I've just mentioned 3 types: media, networks, and enterprise. But it could be any other kind of customer that we have. You have a plug-and-play system where the customer plugs into a network. That network, the customer is transparent to the network. It is a 5G kind of a network where the network could be a mix of multi-orbit satellites, it could be terrestrial, 5G, whatever else. And then the service is delivered to end users. The end users can be across on an airplane or on a vessel or in an enterprise. So what are the key elements of this convergence of how does satellite come together with a 5G network or a telco's network or a mobile operator's network? And I think these are the 3 main areas. We need to provide the same business economics and the business continuity that a terrestrial network is talking about today. We need to provide service ubiquity that sometimes the terrestrial networks are missing out. And we need to provide scalability at the right economics. And to achieve that is where the 5G non-terrestrial network standards are headed towards. And I think that is going to be a key element of where we are going in the future. This is the slide I talked about where the current phase of development in the technology sector for Satcom is where you have a modem which is totally virtualized in nature. So no longer are we saying that we would need a modem which is built for a geostationary satellite. We are talking of a Dell server or a HP kind of a server, and you download the software profile of a satellite modem of the 5G NTN waveform into the server. So the hardware is agnostic. You just buy an off-the-shelf server, and you can create a profile for a satellite modem. You can reconfigure the profile for a terrestrial modem and so on. So we are talking of a virtualized platform, which is right now in development stages where, and this has already been demonstrated, by the way. So this, a Dell server can be configured as a satellite modem. We've already tested this out and can work with seamlessly with a 5G network in the core. So this is where we are headed to. And I will talk about two more topics very quickly, one slide each. These are upcoming and relevant. Okay, I'll take 1 minute. Dr. Radhakrishnan mentioned about direct-to-device. New companies coming in, new startups coming in, lots happening in L-band, S-band. But I think the most relevant topic which the industry needs to address and needs to understand is the spectrum, and that's on the right side. So what is the spectrum that is going to be used by these devices, by these satellite constellations or solutions? Is it going to be spectrum that is allocated to them by ITU, or is it going to be the spectrum that is allocated on the ground through the auction mechanism to an MNO? And there is a lot of debate as to whether the MNO spectrum can be used on the satellite or it should be the vice versa. And I'll end by my talk with this one last topic, which is sustainability and making it affordable together. A lot of discussion is happening around us, around environment and making things green. And unfortunately, satellites in the past and the new upcoming constellations are not making the environment any more friendlier. So we need to be more conscious about it. There are constellations which are being built with new solutions starting around how do we develop satellites which can not impact the future generations, the environment. Like the HAPS solutions are coming entirely on solar-powered platforms. We have reusable launch vehicles that reduce the cost and also reduce the environmental effect. And lastly, I've shown some few pictures about what we as Intelsat did when we launched a mission extension vehicle. So if you know, GSO satellites typically have a life of 15 years, but the electronics on the satellite doesn't die after 15 years. It's only the fuel which depletes. So we've tried and we've succeeded in launching mission extension vehicles wherein a new payload is launched from Earth, carries fuel, docks into the existing satellite, and those are the pictures of the docking. The first phase, second phase, third phase. So the payload docks into the satellite. That's a picture of our Intelsat at 901 and extends the life of the satellite by another 5 to 7 years. And that payload can be reused. It carries fuel for about 15 years of life. So it can be undocked and can be redocked to any other satellite which is dying. So I think these are the technologies that need to be really brought into the forefront to make satellite a more sustainable and greener technology. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Gaurav. That was an excellent talk on the innovations that your organization, Intelsat, has been doing. Food for thought also for some new things to come and for some policy and regulatory aspects that you touched upon. Thanks. Our next speaker is Professor Satyanarayan Chakravarti, co-founder and advisor Agnikul Cosmos and from IIT Madras. Before he takes the podium, I'll just read out a little short bio for those who haven't met him yesterday. So Professor Chakravarti is a professor of aerospace engineering at IIT Madras, Chennai, India. He heads the National Center for Combustion R&D and the coordinator of the Center for Propulsion Technology at IIT Madras. He's a co-founder of a number of startups, which includes Agnikul, Galaxy, the E-plane company, Aristovelos, X2 Fuels, and TUTR Hyperloop. Over to you, Professor Chakravarti. The next 10 minutes are yours.
Thank you so much, Devashish. I don't have slides. Yeah. So, those of you who listened to me yesterday would have seen slides about Agnikul that I was talking about. Today, I thought I'll actually talk about what is the future of Agnikul, because Agnikul itself is sort of future. We have still not launched anything. We are almost there to launch something sometime in the next coming weeks. That will be a suborbital launch. And going forward, hopefully in the next year, in 2023, we should actually be clocking orbital launches, and then going forward from there. Would want to pick up from what Dr. Goenka mentioned about Agnikul specifically, that I think in his words, we seem to be pretty much like the only Indian company that was putting capacity ahead of demand, which is to say that we have the capability to produce 2 engines in 1 week, and we can essentially put together a rocket of the kind that we are making within 2 weeks' time, so that we can launch a satellite on demand. While we are currently looking at a 100 kg payload as the main configuration to target, we have a highly configurable vehicle, or a very tailorable vehicle. The first stage, for example, can actually have anywhere between 4 to 7 engines that we can change, so that we can go down from a 30 kg payload all the way to a 100 kg payload at pretty much the same flat, low flat cost curve on a per kilogram basis, or in terms of dollar per kg. So this was basically our idea, that in fact our tagline is launch anywhere, anytime, affordably. And being the mentor at Agnikul, and being a professor, I was actually very stickler to perfection. So I said, is it possible for us to quantify what is anywhere, what is anytime, what is affordably? And the part that I just mentioned between 30 to 100 kgs, a low flat cost curve on a per kg basis, is something that we have quantified as possible to do, by having these configurable engines. So what next is basically the question. And since this is actually something we had thought about in 2018, and we are actually fructifying that in 2022-2023 time frame, if we have to think about what happens beyond 2023-2024, we need to be thinking about what next sometime now or even before. And that's what I personally have been doing at Agnikul as a mentor, advisor, and a strategist, if you will. And for this reason, actually, we don't have any slides on what we are supposed to do in the future, right? And that's why I'm actually just talking to you about this. So we have essentially 3 specific strategies that we are looking at, and the end goal here is to actually enlarge this the payload mass of the low flat cost curve that we can offer on a per kg basis. So to get to the point, before I actually tell you what those strategies are, when we actually implement the strategies that we are thinking, we are expecting, according to the calculations that we have on the missions that we can undertake, we can, targeting all low Earth orbit, let's say 500 kilometers, just fixing the orbit as 500 kilometers, it seems now possible for us to actually offer the same low flat cost curve from anywhere between about a 7 kg payload to a 1000 kg payload. And this is something that we are actually filing patents on, because we have not really seen any other launch vehicle company actually claim that they can actually do something as elastic as this. And we have these multiple different configurations that are possible with these 3D printed engines that allows us to actually configure our rocket to every 4 kg difference in the payload. That means that you came up with a 162 kg payload, I will actually have one configuration. If you came to me with a 167 kg payload, I will have another configuration that will actually maintain that low flat cost curve. That is the level of flexibility of launch vehicle that we are trying to do. So how are we actually trying to achieve this? The 3 strategies are going upwards from where we are, from the 100 kg payload category, it's a no-brainer. We have seen many rockets expand by essentially having strap-ons of their boosters, right? So the moment we actually put we have a booster, and then we now have 2 boosters one on either side, we can actually extend our payload further. Then we can put 2 more on the other side, and then we can extend further. We can now have like an hexagonal combination of them and extend further, and so on. So that is not something that is so difficult. But then the question was, what next? In fact, the entire configuration that we had come up with, I don't know if you're familiar with the startup jargon, pretty much actually a very business jargon, something called a product market fit. If I'm developing a product, how does it fit into the market is always something that we have to worry about, particularly as a startup. And the way we actually had originally started out was, in 2018, we had to envisage what will be the 3D printer bed size in 2022 that we can target so that we will be able to make one rocket engine that is fully 3D printed, and how many of those engines can I cluster together to take what payload. And from that, we actually envisaged, back then in 2018, the maximum bed size of the 3D printer was about 280 mm. All right. Whereas we envisaged that by 2022, we will actually have a 400 mm bed size, and that's exactly what we have in our rocket factory at the research park in IIT Madras. So that is actually the largest bed size 3D printer that's available. And so we have that will allow us to actually make 400 mm dimensions, total dimensions of 3D printing. So the question that we had to ask was, if I have to actually take something like 1,000 kg payload, do I have to have a new 3D printer? And what will be the bed size of that 3D printer? And can I actually go back to a 3D printing company and ask them to start making the 3D printer right now? And the good news for me was that we don't need any more 3D printers. We don't need any more. The 400 mm dimension is actually good enough. We don't need to make any more new engines than what we have already made, the Agnilet and the Ignite engines. So with these two engines, we can actually stack them up in multiple strap-ons and those configurations to go up and above, right? And it can actually go up to about 1,000 kgs. So I asked the question to myself, do I really need to go up to 1,000 kgs in the first place? What is the market? So the market obviously was, when we were targeting the current Agni-Ban and targeted a 100 kg payload, we wanted to see whether there is a market for a 100 kg payload or not, and the answer was yes, there was a market. So if you now look at the satellite histogram on a kg basis, you have some peaks around 20 kgs, you have some peaks around 80 to 120 kgs, you have a peak around 300 kgs, and so on. So we actually have to target these peaks and then say these are the peaks at which I will want to actually position my rocket, and then see if my rocket can get flexible around those peaks. That was actually our Agni-Ban. When I now go higher direction, we actually cataloged about 2,000 satellites that are actually operating in space at the moment, starting from something that's still operating from 1974, and found that the peak is actually around 600 kgs. It's actually a huge peak. A 600 kg satellite is something that is very, very commonplace, right? And anything more than about 800 kgs, at least for a single satellite basis on demand launching, we are wasting our time thinking about anything more than 800,000 and so on. So this was okay. And good for me, I didn't have to get any more new 3D printer. I don't have to make any more new engines. The engines that we are qualifying right now are good to go for me going in the direction. The challenge is actually shrinking the rocket, right? And this is exactly where we will actually give people a run for their money. We will, in fact, I'm exactly there. So the question is like, how do I shrink my rocket to cater to somebody who wants to actually make a nano satellite, right? And that's where the strategies that we were talking about actually comes into picture. So what we are essentially thinking about is 3 strategies, as I mentioned. One of them obviously is a no-brainer, which is spent stage recovery. Is it possible for me to actually recover my spent stage? Because we are actually using liquid engines. And liquid engines have a lot of hardware. This is all 3D printed hardware. It's actually precious, right? Is it possible for me to actually reuse this? After all, the engines that we make, we first actually qualify them on ground with firing before we can actually put it to go to space. That means that it's been fired once before it actually even gets launched, right? Can I now take it back and then relaunch it again and again? And what we basically think, again, it's a no-brainer. For the kind of small satellites, the small launchers that we do, the spent stage recovery doesn't have to be this very, pardon the phrase, sexy looking, coming back exactly and then landing on the, I mean, it's actually a pretty stupid idea because you're actually taking fuel at the cost of your payload, and then you're actually burning that fuel to actually come back and then wanting to, look at what Space Shuttle did, right? Space Shuttle actually recovered their solid boosters by actually having parachutes and then just coming and lying on the ocean. That's actually a very straightforward thing to do, and that's exactly what we will be doing, because what we are doing is actually much smaller than the large rockets that they are talking about, and that will be at very, very less cost, right? That's number one. The second thing that we are actually looking at is aerial launches. And we are beginning to work on, is it possible for me to actually take my Agni-Ban on a plane and and since I have the other startup that's making electric planes, is it possible for me to make an electric plane that will actually take this, right? And, and if I do this with electric planes, the planes themselves are actually much cheaper, and I have to just recharge it. I don't have to spend too much of my fuel. The current technology of lithium-ion batteries is actually pretty good, because all I have to do is to go up for 20 minutes, just drop it there, and then come back. Current lithium-ion technology for planes will actually have batteries last for 1 hour, so absolutely no problem. This is something that's actually eminently doable, and that's something that we will be doing, where we have these two startups actually working together. The third one is actually investing on battery technologies, and we have a kerosene, LOX kerosene thing, so we will actually use this for making new batteries that will drastically reduce the weight of the rocket in place for the payload. So which essentially finally boils down to bringing down the cost of the payload. And that's where we are. So I think I just did justice to the topic on affordable launches. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Chakravarti, for that excellent talk. And we now move over to the next speaker, Mr. Shivaji Chatterjee, Executive Vice President and Business Head, Hughes Communications India. Before I hand over the floor to him, I'd just like to introduce him to the audience. Mr. Shivaji Chatterjee is a computer engineer. He heads all the functions of the enterprise business unit, encompassing various areas of sales and marketing, operations, field services, SCM, program communications, broadband networking, business solutions across diverse industry segments with management and HR at Hughes. His areas of expertise include satellite, many firsts in digital cinema, e-governance, banking, and distance education. Having joined Hughes in 1997, he has spearheaded many achievements for Hughes and the VSAT industry in India. With these few words, I invite Mr. Shivaji Chatterjee. Floor is yours. The next 10 minutes is yours, to be precise.
Thank you, Debashish. There were quite a few words, and it's the first time I heard you speak all week without a football metaphor. So, firstly, a warm afternoon to everyone. Good to see you on the second day of an event in a post-lunch session, a packed hall. So many congrats, Mr. Ramchandran and the BIF team. And, you know, it probably could also be the topic, because after free Wi-Fi, I guess affordable broadband is the next best thing. So I think that's really the mantra. And I've been in this industry for over 25 years. And affordable is something which has not been associated with satellite communications. So I'm not going to talk at all about Hughes, but I'm going to talk about how we can make this a reality and what does it take. Definitely we've seen today, both from Gaurav and Professor Chakravarti, how technologies are coming up to make it affordable. And no doubt this is a period of great technology innovation in the industry, whether it's affordable launches, whether it's high throughput satellites which are reusing the frequency. It's just like the cellular technology became affordable as more spectrum and frequency reuse. These are the two mantras. And the same thing is happening in satellite communication. There's more spectrum as you go to higher bands from C to KU to Ka to V and Q band. And frequency is being reused with many, many more beams, many, many more satellites. So that's really the transformation, and that's going to definitely bring a fundamental low cost per bit. So that's how you bring one element of affordability. The second, which is very important, is how you bring the bandwidth together to give a solution. It's about, in India, it's about, you know, how you package things, how you manage your network. If we have succeeded in this industry and reached 300,000 VSATs for enterprises, despite having a bandwidth cost which is amongst the highest in the world, without HTS and before all this innovation, it's only because what the industry has done in terms of smart bandwidth management, where today we can address thin route applications like even an ATM or a point of sale or a gas station at a price which is cheaper than anything terrestrial can give while giving the highest SLA. The reason is innovation and being able to take the network manage the concurrencies, use compression techniques, use peak, off-peak hours, weekends, weekdays, days, nights, use the overall concurrency of applications and different segments, and then be able to package it and give a low price per bit. As we see, there's some innovations which will give you a low cost, and then it's how you take the different costs and give a low price, because that's what the user sees. When today a 4G operator launches a per GB plan, they're banking on that every user is not going to use all their GB. I don't think many of the people in the room use the 1.5 GB per day packs which are there. When you're in a Wi-Fi environment, you don't use the data. So it's different in different segments, and that's how as an operator you innovate and try and create that effective price per bit. The third element is the business model. It's important that how you build a business model which again delivers the end user an affordable experience. So it's about creating content delivery which is hosted at the edge. Today there are projects which are going on, and we are doing one with SES where it's a very innovative model delivering Wi-Fi content to hotspots which which can host the OTT content and service them locally. So for those kind of rural areas, they don't need to for all the streaming go. The top, if you're a Bengali or Oriya thing called Hoi Choi, so there the top 50 movies and TV shows are hosted locally. So it doesn't need to actually go and fetch it off the internet, and it makes it affordable, and it's happening on satellite. So that's an innovative model. In India, more than 60% of the schools don't have internet. So there's one way you say, okay, do it on satellite, but the cost per bit is high. So what's the way? Maybe you can deliver the content stored locally and only allow some kind of applications or use to go over the internet. So that's another way of really doing edge caching, content delivery, distribution, and do it. Today, all the movie distribution in India is done over satellite by Hughes. And the only way that's happened is, it's not that the cost is lower, we multicast the content to the servers in every theater simultaneously, and then it plays out locally. It's cheaper than doing it on any other media. It's transmitting data in hundreds of megabits, but it's still affordable. So again, the point is how you build the end-to-end delivery model to make it affordable. And coming to affordability, it's really, what is affordable? In India, the biggest challenge is the 4G and MPLS prices are the lowest in the world. So the same solution Intelsat is offering somewhere else, or what is being offered in the US, the same, MPLS of 4G is 5 times higher price there. The same satellite solution will work there and be affordable. In fact, in the US, the per GB cost on satellite is lower than the per GB cost on 4G. In India, nothing can be lower than the 8 or 9 rupees charge per GB which a 4G operator does, right? So how do you compete with that and make it affordable? That is the biggest challenge. So what we have to understand for Satcom, if you're talking of broadband, it's about going to the remote areas. If we can't do 10 rupees per GB, but if we can do 100 rupees per GB, it's how you package that in an affordable pack. Maybe you can't give a 50 GB per month service, but you can maybe give a 5 GB a month service and still make it fit into the wallet which they can afford a few hundred rupees. So what has to be seen is, how you optimize, and how, when we used to do SMS services, we had only certain characters. We used to fit our message. So similarly in India, if you give a certain budget, everyone knows how to fit into that budget. So we need to think of not competing, because we are in areas which are unserved or underserved, but how do we build a business model which is affordable and which the user can use and still manage it in the current cost. The other big way is through the government support. Definitely what the Ministry, the Department of Telecom, TRAI has achieved in the last 2 years is significantly reduce the cost per bit by reducing charges. We've talked about NOCC charges, we've talked about cost per bit because of HTS satellites, which NSIL offers, and definitely all the satellite operators, even Gaurav is coming around, have to keep reducing the cost per bit, and that really makes it affordable. The big thing is the USO subsidy, which is needed for the VSAT industry, and I think this whole topic can only succeed if we get extensive support by the USO fund. Today, the USO fund doesn't really fund any of the private operators' programs to go and give Wi-Fi or broadband services or to schools where nothing is available. There's a 60,000 crore fund. It's gone in different areas which are very important: 4G penetration, BharatNet backhauling to the Gram Panchayats, but it's not come towards satellite. And we all know that there will be that percentage of the market which is unserved, and even today all the statistics are there. So unless that fund is there, it won't be affordable. All major economies have a very good subsidy fund, even for putting a dish on your roof for a rural household, where the one-time cost is funded, so that only the recurring cost is done, and that then can really bring the penetration very high. So I'll say that's a very, very critical element of making this affordable. Lastly, I feel with all this great supply which is happening in India, we hardly had, a few gigabits of capacity. What is going to happen with all these NGSO and the geo systems? We are going to probably have terabits of capacity within the next 1, 2, 3 years. So is the demand going to fulfill that capacity? The answer is, if that demand is going to fulfill that capacity, well and good, there is a market at that demand. If the demand is not going to be there, I can tell you, the supply and the prices will come down, and then we'll be able to fulfill. So I feel it's a supply-demand natural solution which is going to be created in India, and I think that's what we look forward to being able to do it. You don't need to remind me, Debashish, no add-on minutes, unlike football. So this is the end of my talk. I really feel affordable broadband is something which is possible, but it needs all these different elements, and both innovation in technology, commercial business model, the government support and USO fund, supply demand economics, and of course you need all the jugaad, which is the frugal innovation also, which is needed to make the rural economics work. Thank you.
Thanks, Shivaji. That was a very practical Gyan. Thank you so much. We move on to the next speaker, which is Mr. Christian Gomez, Senior Director, Government and Regulatory Affairs, Asia Pacific, Viasat. Mr. Gomez, before you take the floor, let me have the pleasure of introducing you to the audience. Mr. Christian Gomez leads the APAC regional engagement with governments on policy and regulatory matters as part of the Viasat team. He has over 20 years of experience in wireless policy and spectrum regulation. Prior to joining Viasat, Christian held senior policy and regulatory roles within the ITU Radio Communication Bureau, the mobile industry, and the New Zealand Spectrum Regulator. He has represented New Zealand at WRCs and APAC regional forums, including APT. With this, Christian, the next 10 plus minutes are yours. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to proceed to share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm really grateful for the invitation to join this wonderful forum. I think I have heard some of the previous sessions, and I think this has been a very fruitful event. I also wish to take the opportunity to really value and congratulate DOT and TRI and everyone else involved in India when it comes to progressing and advancing the space sector. As we all know, and we have all seen, space has a huge opportunity and brings to reality the opportunity to connect the unconnected. So I'm very grateful to attend this event, and I'm very grateful as well to the government of India to support this kind of events and to listen to industry. So today, I'll be speaking on as part of the Viasat team, but also on behalf of GSOA. So GSOA is the Global Satellite Operators Association. So GSOA has over 37 satellite operators members, and we feel that we really bring to the forefront policy thinking as well as collaboration across of the entire satellite industry. If we think about it, the entire space economy is valued at around $250 billion, and the satellite operators are 2/3 of this economy. So extremely important, I think, to share the views of GSOA as well in this event. And in terms of Viasat, for those who are not familiar with Viasat, we are a geo satellite company founded in 1986. We operate out of the United States, where we have our headquarters, but we also have regional offices in every continent around the world. We have over 7,000 staff and 6 satellites in orbit, and we generate just under 3 billion per year in revenue. Some of the business verticals that we concentrate on and we focus on in APAC are listed here, so we can serve residential, education, business, mobility in particular. So here we're talking about eSIM, air stations in motion for aeronautical as well as maritime, telemedicine, disaster recovery and response, government services, and of course connecting the unconnected. So we bring meaningful broadband where terrestrial networks do not reach. And therefore, we feel our business proposition is extremely important for Asia Pacific, where we still have millions of unconnected, and also those who are connected sometimes don't even have access to the internet. So we really feel that we're here to fill all these gaps. But what I'm here today, and what I really want to discuss, is something that really fuels innovation when it comes to satellite. So satellite communications depend on spectrum availability. And spectrum availability means that we need to have access to the right spectrum, to the right amount, and under the right conditions. And without spectrum, our industry will not flourish. Also, part of this development is that you will see more and more partnerships between satellite companies and terrestrial companies. You will see that today in India, more and more mobile operators and satellite operators are coming together to expand 5G outside the cities, and also to expand 4G and connectivity beyond where it's currently limited to. And it has been mentioned before that just like mobile and terrestrial technology has moved up in frequency ranges or moved up in the frequency bands to achieve more bandwidth, the satellite industry is also moving in the same direction, and we have an increasing need to secure access to the high bands in millimeter wave. And today I want to show you how the APT region is progressing when it comes to the uptake of the 28 gigahertz band, also known as the Ka band. So the 28 gigahertz band is the band globally chosen as the band for fixed satellite services and mobility, air stations in motion. The band goes between 27.5 and 29.5. And what we have seen is that the world is moving in this direction. So Ka band, used for high throughput satellite, has been chosen by Europe, which is over 28 countries, in the 28 GHz band for satellite and mobility. Australia has also secured the band in full for satellite mobility. China has recently, in October, formalized their decision to allocate the 28 GHz band in full for satellite. Brazil is another major market, has also followed that same trend. And in the rest of the world, we have more than 100 countries now committed already using the 28 GHz band for satellite. Plus, there are many others planning the introduction of satellite broadband in 28 GHz. And I'm going to take you through some of those recent developments. So in our region, in Asia Pacific, we are achieving significant economies of scale and interoperability. So the decision from China in October to assign the full band to satellite is a major milestone. Let's consider that China has its own manufacturers of mobile equipment and 5G equipment. So China is a massive market, and if a massive market of this caliber has decided to separate and allocate exclusively the 20 GHz band for satellite and the 26 GHz band for mobile, although they do have mobile manufacturers, that projects a huge message in terms of what the focus is in terms of broadband. Just a few weeks ago, Thailand, a major market in terms of mobile use, has also formalized a decision to use the full frequency band, 20 GHz band for satellite fixed services and eSIM. And looking at the wider Southeast Asia, we have Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, Cambodia, and many others who have planned to secure 20 GHz band in full for primary use by satellite. So this is extremely important for our region because it basically shows us how the satellite business is shaping up, but it's also showing us where the economies of scale are. And obviously we wouldn't want one country or two countries in isolation to not have the benefits of satellite mobility in a high capacity band such as the Ka band. Now let's look at the 5G pioneers. So we often hear in our region that we do have 5G pioneers, yes, and even the 5G pioneers countries in IPT are rethinking the economics of 5G in millimeter wave. So let's take a look at Japan, for example. So Japan this year began studies and undertook industry consultation to look at options for air stations in motion, satellite mobility in 28 GHz band. So they allocated the 28 GHz band back in 2019 to 5G, but now they realized that the world has moved in a different direction. So this is the band for eSIM, that's it. Singapore, similar situation. This year, IMDA, the regulator, began studies and undertook industry consultation to look for options to introduce eSIM in the 28 GHz band. And the most interesting one is South Korea. So South Korea was the first country in Asia Pacific to allocate millimeter wave spectrum for 5G mobile. However, the government 2 weeks ago announced that they're going to remove the 5G licenses in 28 GHz to two major operators in that band due to lack of investment in terrestrial 5G. So if South Korea, being the host country for Samsung and other 5G vendors, was not able to successfully deploy 5G from 2019 to 2022, I think there is very little hope for any other market to do anything different. Something important here to take into account is that satellite for mobility, eSIM, for air, sea, and ground deployments requires a separate band because 5G is also ubiquitous, so both systems can be anywhere, anytime, so there's no way you can share the band between 5G, even 5G private networks, and satellite in the same band. So this is some of the challenges and some of the conclusions that countries like Japan and Singapore have arrived to, and now they're really struggling to find a solution for this. Basically, they took an early decision which now they're trying to reverse, just like South Korea, but the challenges remain for them. So other countries which have not taken such path are still in a good time to align with other markets. And these are some of the headlines. What's going on in Korea with 5G? So the two major operators, KT and LG, will lose their 20 gigahertz spectrum licenses. And the Korean government is recalling those licenses because they have not been able to deploy or they have not met the license conditions to deploy a certain amount of base stations per year. They have only, out of 15,000 base stations per year, over a period of 3 years, they've only been able to deploy just under 10%, both of them operators combined. So that's very, very grim future for terrestrial 5G in this band, which is flourishing as a global band for satellite, ultra-high throughput satellite. So that's another local media coverage. These are opinions from Korean experts which talk about...
Excuse me, Christian, your last 2 minutes, please.
Thank you. 20 gigahertz being not ready as an ecosystem, and also lack of handsets and the fact that operators do not have an incentive to deploy terrestrial networks if there are no handsets and if there is no consumer demand. Also in the United States, another country that went early with 20 gigahertz band, recent studies show that less than 1% of the time, Americans consumers connect to a millimeter wave 5G network. And there are regional studies that show that there is no economic benefit from mixing or putting in 5G in any of their flavors, including 5G FWA and 5G private networks in the 20 gigahertz band. And just in closing my presentation, there is other angle of spectrum allocation, which is the assignment stage. So there are conversations or discussions about same service, same rules, or whether terrestrial spectrum allocation, which uses auctions, could be applied to non-terrestrial spectrum, and the answer is no. And this table shows a brief summary of just some of the elements which show major difference and basically preclude non-terrestrial spectrum from being auctioned. So satellite operators do not seek exclusive access in comparison to terrestrial users, which seek exclusive access, and they seek a closed national market. Satellite operators all share spectrum. Big or small operators, national or foreign, we all share. So satellite spectrum is a globally shared resource. We also have the fact that we not only share across GSO, we share across GSO and non-GSO. This is a very specific feature of the satellite infrastructure. We must coordinate through the ITU. Therefore, the ITU uses an administrative process to allocate spectrum. Also, satellite spectrum is used for both commercial and non-commercial purposes. So putting this type of licenses for allocation through a market force for a non-commercial purpose is something that goes against public policy. And finally, non-terrestrial spectrum resembles global commons, which are managed through global regulations, not by the regulations of a single country. Our regulations, because we share spectrum, are managed globally and administratively by the ITU. So we only have two outcomes. For terrestrial users, such as mobile, market and non-market assignments could be applied. But we have also seen that auctions even then have failed. Now, for non-terrestrial spectrum users, such as satellite, the outcome would be we share spectrum as a global resource. This is managed by the ITU under the international radio regulations, not by the regulations of a single country. And even our satellite coordination, frequency coordination might take years, and most of the satellite operators know this. And in conclusion, APT countries in Asia Pacific are moving or refocusing 5G towards mid-band spectrum. There are so many challenges, particularly economics as well as technical, for deploying 5G in 28 GHz band, and we see this the case of South Korea. Very few countries have not yet adopted 28 GHz for satellite, but even those countries that adopted it early are now taking steps to revisit the use of the 28 GHz band for applications such as eSIM. And basically, the way we assign spectrum is critical to support innovation. So if we consider market mechanisms to assign spectrum which is shared, basically we will be harming competition in the satellite sector, and we will also be reducing the allocated efficiency of shared spectrum. So this should be seriously considered.
Christian,
and
I'm
with
afraid
that, I'd like to close my
your time is
presentation.
up, please. We'll have to move on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next
Thank you very
speaker
much.
is Mr. Harsh Varma, Vice President Sales, Asia, SES. Before Mr. Harsh takes the floor, let me introduce you to the audience. Harsh he leads the sales and business development effort of SES Networks, business across the Asia region. He's been with SES, which was earlier also called O3B Networks, for 10 years. He has vast experience in the satellite industry, ranging from operations, sales, product strategy. He has an engineering graduate with a master's in international business. Prior to SES, he has had extensive experience working with leading OEMs, notably Hughes and PCCW. Over to you, Harsh. You have 10 minutes precisely, Harsh. Please try and restrict yourself. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Debashish. I hope everyone can hear me clearly and see the slides as well.
Yes, we can.
All right. Thanks, BIF, for having me present here. Thank you, Dr. Radhakrishnan. Good afternoon to the panelists and people in the rooms. Apologies, I could not join in person. I'll try to make the best use of the next 9 minutes or so and not try to repeat what the insightful presentations have been done before, but really take a cue from them and build on to the talking points. All right, I mean, before we get into the affordability part, I mean, let's really look at what the satellite communication industry value chain is, right? The satellite communication industry today, roughly it's about a $150 billion industry. And really it is doing services to the end customers, which include a consumer, could include a broadcast customer or an enterprise customers. I mean, this end customer does not really care who the upstream providers are or how the service is being delivered. Their touch point are the service providers on the ground. But if you look at the value chain, at the top of the value chain are the manufacturers, which are a handful: Boeing, Airbus, and Thales. And then you come to the launch providers, again a very handful: Ariane Space, SpaceX, and now ISRO. And then you come to the satellite operators, which is the second largest share in this value chain, where SES is there. And then the number of terminal manufacturers who provide gateway infrastructure, the ground infrastructure, the terminals, who are, I mean, a large subset of this business. But the biggest part of this value chain is the service providers, who are the managed service providers who touch the end customers. That is pretty much, if you see here, about 80% of this market is there. But it's very fragmented. It ranges from very small to very large service providers like Hughes, which spreads across Americas, in India and other places, to very small in-country operators, service providers as well. And this is what is happening in the industry now, that everybody is vertically integrating. I mean, these upstream providers are moving downstream, acquiring, consolidating, and really trying to play a bigger role in the customer-facing entity, which is the service provider. And this will actually, in fact, bring the cost benefit, I think, to the customers as well. And what has happened in the industry over the last, I would say, 5 or 10 years, number of disruptions. There's a lot of uncertainty in the industry as we speak. It's exciting because this industry was pretty much very stagnant, but it is now very, very vibrant. Shivaji touched based upon a few things. I'll just talk through it. Obviously, we heard about everyone talk about the NGSO operators, Starlinks, OneWeb's, SES own O3B Empower, and Amazon and Telesat in the future. The biggest market vertical is emerging to be digital inclusion or social inclusion or rural broadband networks. And this is where I agree with Shivaji that a lot of government support is needed for these networks to grow, be sustainable, and for everybody in the value chain to sustain their business. I think this is where Indonesia has probably done well, that where multiple service providers have been able to sustain this business over a long time, and now they are launching their own very high throughput satellites where they will coexist with some additional capacity from foreign operators. We also see the big five in Google, Amazon, Facebook integrating satellite solutions into the mix. So satellite, it's trying to become mainstream. It is not mainstream as of now, but it is getting to be mainstream where if the latencies and throughputs are met and cost benefits are met, the end user is looking at similar experience that he or she gets on fiber getting on satellite as well. On the innovation side, obviously we heard about reusable rockets, retrieving the rocket for another launch. That has helped the industry as well bring the launch cost down. Also on the ground side, the antenna manufacturing and the terminals getting software defined or really getting integrated into a single box is making things easier. And I think Gaurav touched base upon LEO, MEO, GEO, a single terminal which could do multi-orbit, multi-band kind of play are emerging. Bandwidth supply, obviously, I mean, this is a no-brainer. With all the NGSOs in play, the capacity is going to go 6 times in the next 5 years. India will also see unprecedented growth, and that will put pressure on pricing. I won't deny that because the demand isn't at that level where the capacity would be. So the supply demand dynamics will come into play. It's a natural market phenomena. And I would feel, yes, the pricing will be under pressure, especially for the wide beam satellites. In terms of new applications, IoT is emerging, the cloud-based applications are emerging, a lot of workload is moving to the cloud, and Aero ISR, the intelligence and surveillance networks, unmanned aircraft, drone connectivity are emerging, which never existed a few years ago. And also these technologies are really terrestrial, at the other hand, is also evolving. It's not just satellite is evolving. We are getting even tougher competition now with terrestrial. And these technologies are evolving faster than we speak. So satellite to stay relevant will have to become more and more affordable. There is a value chain shift and consolidation, like I talked about in the first slide, the upstream providers acquiring the downstream, but also within the service provider, there is consolidation. Speedcast, for example, acquiring number of companies like Harris Caprock and others, Panasonic acquiring ITC, and then Marlink acquiring ITC, and Intelsat with GoGo, and Viasat and Inmarsat. So it's a huge consolidation and disruption. So M&A activity is very, very strong these days in the satellite industry. New business models are emerging, pay-as-you-go, volume-based billing. It's no longer, I give you 5 megabits, that's it, you pay me per megabit. We have to do like mobile operators do, sell gigabytes. It's a package, like Shivaji said, 5 GB, maybe it's done in a very different way, oversubscription, night use, day use. Those kind of things are emerging, and if you are satellite operators are starting to realize as they touch the end customers that business models will have to evolve, and obviously the consumption is not going to stop. It's just keep on growing. One of the interview with Ericsson was India is the highest consumption, 20 GB per month, and by 2027 it's going to reach 50 gigabyte. I mean, that's immense, the amount of consumption in India. Obviously, the 4G networks are covering 95% of the population. It's not that they are not reaching. There's only 5% of the population if you see in APAC and other areas which is not covered. But the usage gap exists, and usage gap really exists because of the affordability, because of the lack of digital skills, maybe with the older population or not to use apps. And I think once the affordability part is addressed, I think this is where this the usage gap will start to decrease. I mean, now if you just take what has happened in the industry over the last 20 years, just on the satellite designs, right? I mean, a 1 gigabit satellite, a geo satellite, used to cost about $200 million in capex back in 2001, 2005 time. And that has come down significantly over the last 20 years. The raw capex on a per Mbps basis has really come down immensely, right? But it has also, the ground equipment investments have increased, and satellite manufacturers are able to add this innovation, bring this innovation by packing more number of bits on the satellites. And this eventually, I think, is getting flown to the end customer as well, with better pricing. At the HTS, for example, the GSAT 11, GSAT 29, and our own SES 12 satellites are going towards the trend of making some of the applications possible with lower cost satellite capacity. But I would say very high throughput and NGSO satellite will further push the envelope on the cost. I mean, this is no brainer, but look, I mean, the capacity is going to increase phenomenally, right? I mean, this is all great news for the industry, great news for customers. But look, I mean, at the end of the day, it's not that the capacity is increasing, the price will come down in the same manner. I think the satellite operators or their architectures or designs which have the flexibility to steer capacity or form the capacity over a certain hotspot region, like Dr. Radhakrishnan said, Northeast India, for example, in India. If they can pack all that capacity over Northeast India and provide multi-gigabits or whatever amount of capacity they can, those operators or those satellite designs will be very, very successful. I'll just make out that O3B Empower, our NGSO or the MEO satellite are absolutely catered towards that. That's the flexibility that we bring. It's not just global coverage, it's the capability to stack all the capacity over a concentrated region where the hotspot is. I mean, if you look at the trend in the next 10 years, the bent pipe satellites are going to reduce. As I said, pricing pressure will play a role, and the traditional wide beam bent pipe. Right, thanks, Dave. And majority of the satellites will be on NGSOs, and the geo satellites will move to the software defined payload, flexible, fully flexible payloads. This is what SES is also heading towards on the geo assets. We have ordered two SDN or software defined satellites. One of them is SES 26, which will be on 57 East, which will cover India. It will be launched end of 2024. It will have all the flexibility in terms of coverage. In orbit, we can reconfigure the satellite to form beams, to shape beams, to move the power from one area to the other, and again, dynamically move this capacity during the lifetime of the satellite. And if you look at the industries, right, I mean, this is from NSR, there is high throughput, there is high flexibility. So on the x-axis, you see the throughput, and on the y-axis, you see the flexibility. I would say the NGSO or the LEO operators will play a big role in the consumer broadband. The very high throughput geo satellites will continue to play in the left bottom quadrant, the 15 billion, which is probably the largest market for satellite industry. But if you look at the further rightmost top quadrant, the high throughput, high flexibility, which is all about unmanned ISR, the cruise vessels, mobile backhauling. This is where O3B Empower is focused towards, and we'll also cover the maritime and the government market. I'll just wrap it up by, I mean, I'm sure people know about SES, but we have a proud journey in India spanning over 2 decades. I joined Hughes in 1999. So I started my career when satellite was very, very unheard of. And it's been a phenomenal journey in India. And we're very proud that SES has played a role supporting Hughes, Nelco, Reliance, Bharti Airtel, Dish TV through support from ISRO. Today we have over 200,000 VSATs or 2 lakh VSATs operating on our satellites. There are 6 GEO satellites, including the HTS SES-12. We are bringing the software-defined satellite SES-26 in 2024 to India with QV bands on the gateway side. And on the NGSO side, on MEO satellites, we are bringing the mPower through our partnership with Reliance Jio in India next year. I'll just wrap it up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Harsh. With this, we close the presentations. I would now request our session chair, Mr. Radhakrishnan D, to kindly wrap it up by giving his concluding remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the panelists for sharing their very valuable experience and wisdom. Like I mentioned in my inaugural talk, I think the topic of today's discussion related to role of innovation for affordable satellite broadband. We had quite a number of speakers who have really touched base on all these particular aspects. I think specifically what I'm trying to look at is the points which are mentioned by Mr. Gaurav from Intelsat, Mr. Shivaji from Hughes Communication, Mr. Christian from Viasat, and Harsh from SES. They were all relevant to the satellite broadband related technology innovations and the kind of options that we are looking at today to make the broadband affordable to the consumer has been brought out very subtly by all these speakers. Just to give a few highlights of, and I will just come back to Professor Satyanarayan a little bit later, just to highlight some of the points which were mentioned by Mr. Gaurav from Intelsat, specifically with respect to talking some of the innovative technologies where the satellite transformation is going to happen from hardware to software, and some of the newer elements like multi-orbit satellites. We have been talking about satellites in LEO, MEO, and GEO, how they are going to coexist, and also the spectrum allocation related aspects. I think they were really valuable and useful. I think everybody will take note of this particular aspect. Another important thing, I think, which I also forgot to mention during my inaugural thing was related to the greener innovation concepts, which you highlighted. I think this extending the life of the satellite in orbit is one of the thing which has been talked about for quite some time, but I'm happy to see that I think these systems are put in place so that at least for next to 5 to 10 years, we can have the debris being converted into the usable life of the satellite. Now coming to Mr. Shivaji, I think he has touched upon quite a number of elements, especially with respect to the use of HTS capacity. I think he'll be one of the biggest user of all the HTS capacity that we are going to put it up. I think his main stress was making the broadband more affordable by building a business model which will have end-to-end delivery model to make the capacity more affordable to the users. And your stress on support from the government, especially from USOF, for the program to make the system affordable to the end user is one of the points, I think, very key and important point that I thought I would like to just compliment Mr. Shivaji for that. Now, coming to Christian from Viasat, I think his special points were related to the regional focus as satellite broadband mobility services. And he has emphasized really on the satellite broadband and 28 gigahertz band for 5G services and its impact and the utilization in the Asia-Pacific region. He has touched upon the various countries and what has been their success stories. I think it's really commendable. Now coming to Harsh Verma, I think he really gave a very nice spectrum of the HTS market and all the technology innovations and how they are going to add to the total satellite communication value chain has been very interesting and noteworthy. I think I will take a note of quite a bit of the points he has mentioned, not only in terms of technology, making the satellite software defined and making it more and more flexible, I think that is the need of the hour. As most of the time, if you look at the bent pipe communication satellites, we design the beam shapes pointing to a particular region. And in a way, as the technologies are progressing, and each satellite having a life of 15 plus, we are not able to really migrate from what we have designed, change over to the scenario. So this concept of making the payloads more and more flexible, repointing, repositioning to any country or area of interest that is coming up is going to really make a real value for the money that the investments are going to happen. And I think this is what we are also looking at from the NSIL perspective, to move to more flexible payloads and provide the capacity where it's actually needed. We don't have to spread the capacity depending on the beam shape in all over the globe. Focus it on the area where it's really required so that we have a effective utilization of the capacity. So with this, and coming to Professor Satyanarayana, I think his point was basically related to making the space access affordable by the concept of, I would say, 3D printed engines and the launch configuration that he has mentioned with respect to enhancing the capability of the launcher from as low as 10 kg to all the way up to 1000 kgs, how to keep the cost per kg and a kind of a plateau region so that it becomes more affordable as more satellite operators are going to utilize the capacity. So thank you to all the panelists for their really valuable points that I shared during this session. And thank you very much once again.
Thank you so much, sir. I now have the pleasure and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. Right at the outset, let me thank our session chair, Mr. Radhakrishnan Durairaj, CMD NSIL, for chairing this session, a very important session, sir. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and giving your valued suggestions on this session. I'd also like to thank Mr. Gaurav Kharod, Country Head, Intelsat. Thank you, Gaurav. Professor Satyanarayan Chakravarti for once again, sparing your valuable time, both yesterday as well as today, to give us your valued suggestions. Mr. Shivaji Chatterjee, extremely practical and, as I call it, gyan that you have given. Thank you so much. To Mr. Christian Gomez, I don't see him up on the screen, so maybe thank you very much, Christian, for the valuable insights into a very, very significant aspect of satellite business, which is the spectrum management. And of course, also to Harsh for giving his valued guidance. Thanks, Christian, you've just shown up on the screen. Also to Harsh, a warm thanks for giving his valued suggestions on various aspects of innovation for affordable satellite broadband. With this, we come to the conclusion of this session, ladies and gentlemen. But before we do that, we would like to express our gratitude by way of a small memento to the speakers on the dais. I would call upon Shri Maheshwar Rao ji, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Department of Space, to give the memento to our session chair, Mr. Radhakrishnan Durairaj. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to now call upon Mr. H. Rayappa, Director, Satcom PO, ISRO, to give the mementos to the other two speakers on the dais. Mr. Gaurav Kharod first, this way. Oh, please. And the next memento to go to Mr. Shivaji Chatterjee of Hughes Communications to receive from Mr. Rayappa. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We'll have a group photograph. Rayappa, sir, if you can come up. Maheshwar Rao, sir, would you like to come up, sir, for the group photograph, please? Kindly join us. Thank you. With this, we conclude this session. There will be a short tea break for about 20 minutes, and we reassemble at 15:30 hours. It's now 15:09. So in 21 minutes here, once again, 15:30, for the last session of day 2, which is on cooperation in global standards in satellite communication. This is a session which has got the EU speakers on ICT standards from HC and EU. So, ladies and gentlemen, hope to see you back at 15:30 hours. Thank you.
Innovation is ever alluring. If portable satellite broadband will open up new opportunities for growth. A great session it was. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, Vishwa. Sorry, I missed you.
We shall take a short break and assemble back soon. respected participants, for this special session on cooperation on global standards in satellite communications. We have an eminent panel of experts from India and across the globe to share their valued insights and experience on this topic.
Welcome, everybody. I'd request everybody to please take their seats. Next session is going to start. The session is on cooperation on global standards in satellite communications. And I have the proud privilege of inviting our session chair, Shri Rajiv Jyoti, to please come on the dais. I also request Mr. Prafulla Kumar from RGO to join us also on the dais. And TV sir, Mr. TV Ramachandran, please, I request you to join us on the dais, please. We also have with us virtually our experts from overseas, Dr. Julian Cecina, Mr. Nicholas Schube, and Mr. Daniel Tesfageber. I will be giving a little more introduction a little while later. Meanwhile, I would like to have the pleasure of introducing this session not only as Senior Director Operations of Broadband India Forum, but also as the local coordinator for the project. The India-EU ICT Standardization Collaboration Project has been running since 2015 in India, and there has been a lot of good work which has been done between the European Union and Indian experts in a lot of fields. We have recently adopted the one M2M standard, and HC is working closely with TSDSI and TEC on getting this adopted in India. And we are exchanging experts between Europe and India on a lot of issues. And in that way, the European Union delegation has been very happy to participate in India's Satcom, being a recently opened market here. And since this is on standards, we have an eminent panel of experts on this. We have for the last 2 days been talking about innovation, startups, and the industry. Today, as always, standards is something very important also. And with that quick introduction, I will request Mr. TV Ramachandran to give a welcome note and introduce our respected chair, please.
Thank you, Arun. Good to be back here and again talking to you all. It's my pleasant duty to welcome you to this session on cooperation and standardization for satellites. And one need not underline the importance of that too much. It's well known that without standardization, we cannot really progress. And satellites area is as important as any other in this respect. We are very happy to be working closely with Europe in this respect, from Government of India and from Broadband India Forum. As Arun said, we closely are involved with them, with CESI and EU. We work with 3GPP, with HC. We are a cooperation partner with both. So we are very happy to be doing this and to facilitating this discussion. I have the pleasure and privilege to welcome the chair of this session, Shri Rajiv Jyoti. Thank you, sir, for agreeing to chair this. Shri Rajiv Jyoti is the Director Technical in Space. He has completed, he is an MTech in microwave electronic, securing first rank from Delhi University. He has worked as Associate Director of Space Application Center, ISRO, Ahmedabad. During his 35 years of illustrious engineering and research career at Space Application Center, Ahmedabad, he designed and developed indigenous microwave payload techniques and state-of-the-art space antenna systems for various ISRO communication, navigational, and Earth observation satellites. He has 14 patents and more than 170 papers to his credit. His major accomplishments include the development of India's constellation of 3 radar imaging X-band satellites in RESAT-B for disaster applications. Several other contributions are there. It's very long, but he is also, among many other things, he is also awarded many awards and is a recognized expert in this area, an authority in this area. So we could not have hoped to have a better person than him to chair this session. I am privileged to hand over to you, sir, for taking over.
A very good afternoon. I think the last session of the 2 days our meet, I'm seeing still the credit goes to the organizer that all the audience is still there, participants are there. That shows how well organized each session is. At the outset, let me thank both Dr. T.V. Ramchandran and our Devashish Bhattacharya for inviting me on this day for chairing this session. Though we yesterday had a very good interaction in terms of in-space interaction with our in-space chairman and all the 3 directors were there. So the mandate was different. And today I am seeing the topic of this session is very apt because the communication with the satellite is always a global. So you need to have evolution of all the standards also with the global participation, and that is what I am seeing here. And another thing is that all the stakeholders of space industry, or you can say global satellite communication, is there today, where we have policymakers, the government officials, startups, industry, service providers, all are present there. So we're going to have a very interesting session. And the panel in this session is very a light panel, because we have all the good speakers from 3 European who are directly working as a chair of some working groups. So we're going to hear more from them. So I'll cut short my presentation, and I'll start from in-space, because I am worked in ISRO for 35 years and worked on something like 25 payloads. I can understand the standardization is very important, but from in-space point of view, the 3 mandates I have listed, there are 9 mandates, but I have taken only 3 of them. That is, we are supposed to have promote, permit and oversees the 3 activities. That is the space activity, that is upstream, and then the usage of the spacecraft data. So we should ensure that all the things are enabled. And third thing is, we have to make a suitable mechanism. The mechanism is very important. So that is what I am going to talk about today, what mechanism we have instituted in our in-space. So these are the 3 areas. If we see today, whatever presentation was shown to you from in-space, earlier speaker, that we have nearly 55 to 60% of the proposals of 155 proposals which has been received are towards the upstream. That means for the launch vehicle, for the spacecraft, and for the various other subsystems which are tested on the spacecraft, on the payload, different topologies. And of course, downstream, the ground networks and the application side, a lot of work has to happen, and that is what we are trying to find out a mechanism. Now, these are the same slide which we showed yesterday also, where it's very relevant in all the 4 verticals, which requires the demand, and we talk about competitiveness, global competitiveness. When we say global competitiveness, that means you need to have a quality, you need to have a standardization. And when we are talking about quality, this is for 0 defect, and we are also ensuring that there is a safety aspect of the total system is being taken care of. When we talk about the standardization. That will take care of, again, in terms of many advantages, but only thing we have to see that when we talk about the standard quality or standardization, we are not inhibiting the innovation. We are not forcing the innovation or not allowing the innovations to happen. So this is for any product, for any business, for any sustainability of the total business or product, we need to have these two things. This is one of the vertical which is very important, which we have highlighted, and which we are also making a mechanism. We have understood that this to make a most self-reliance and make sure that our market size grows. I am talking from Indian context point of view. Then we need to have a very much interoperability with the global products, and that's what is to be enabled. Now, why we need to do standardization? Everybody knows, but still for the sake of completion, just I said that this is going to improve the quality of the product, because even when the startups come with their innovative products, they have to sustain the product. They have to ensure the product should live its life and should be, and competitiveness should be there. So that is what the quality of the product is very important. And then interoperability to make sure that we are working a plug and play type of our approach is there. If any system, plug and play approach is very important. And especially when we are talking about multiple systems, when we talk about the consumer systems, where we are interacting with the consumer. The interchangeability, global acceptance, cost reduction, and ease in verification and validation. Because even the processes which are required to test the system, or even the processes which are required to develop a system, there the standardization is very important once the product is already developed. So current scenario is that that the space, if you see, the products are normally governed by the standards are governed by the NASA, ESA, European Space Agency, NASA, and ISRO and DOS. So we are having these standards are available. Now, in order to encourage the private sector, especially making sure that they don't end into finding out what are the various standards and they are not spending time, we have to support them. So we need to make they use the best practices. So we need to tell them what are the best practices which are available. So globally accepted, this three which we are going to talk about today is three panelists which are there from the different technical committees. They will talk about that. But what InSpace is doing, that we are trying to, these are all the lessons learned from ISRO, apart from what our standards globally available. We are also having our ISRO also having some lesson learned, and they have made our own standard which are lying in a ISRO bucket. So now this is what we are proposing, a mechanism within InSpace where we are going to have we are ensuring this all those which are standards which are available, whether it's for different verticals like our space systems and operations, geographical, even for geomatics and geospatial, and for our air and space vehicle, that is for transportation, and the one for the space data and information transfer. There are many. So these are the first lot we are going to take all this thing, and we will see that identify where is the gap. If any startup or anything which is new, because these are all which are available for which people are working. Suppose for a case like we have talked in the morning about the quantum communication, and we are talking about the QED. Now there again the standardization has to be made, because this is the first of its own kind. Let the innovation happen, then the standardization has to happen. So we have to find out what are the standards, where are the gaps, and then after identifying, we have to adopt, and we have to go for a BIS, interacting with them and making sure that it gets absorbed into a BIS standards. And then if any standard is to be prepared, then we have to see who is the owner of the standard. If it is to be developed for a space activity where even the vendor also, even whether it's industry owned or it's a startup owned or it's an organization. So they can be reviewed and it can be made new, and then they can be adopted again back into the system. So this is what the mechanism InSpace is right now. It's not generating any own standard InSpace, but it's looking into whatever the gamut of standard which are available, to putting them into a proper perspective, so that we enable the NGs and we make sure that they are not spending and their product is globally competitive. Thank you very much. I will now not go more on details because there are many, I'm very sure the panel is very going to talk about many other systems like unified cloud-based ground networks and all that better standard for which we are already working on those technical committees. So I think I'll end here. So over to Arun. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure, sir, with your guidance and guidance of in-space innovation will grow very well in India and the standards would be introduced absolutely correctly. So thank you so much. And with that, it gives me pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Daniel Tesfageber from Inmarsat. They kindly addressed us yesterday also for the in-flight and maritime session. He is the chair of the technical committee at ETSI for satellite earth stations. He's got a master's degree in satellite and mobile communications systems from Surrey University and a degree in electrical and electronics engineering from Imperial College. Daniel has more than 23 years of extensive and diverse experience in satellite communication systems design, testing and system integration, technical project management, and experience in regulatory spectrum management at national, regional, and international levels such as ITUR and CEPT, as well as expertise in the standardization across L-band, S-band, C-band, Ku-band, and Ka-band in ETSI and RTCA. He has been actively participating in the technical committee for the SES for more than 15 years and as a chairman of ETSI Working Group for Harmonization, tasked with defining the receiver requirement specification of satellite terminals operating again in the L-band, S-band, C-band, Ku-band, and Ka-bands in order to ensure timely availability of standards for the satellite industry that are compliant to Radio Equipment Directive, and now as chair of the technical committee on satellite earth stations and systems, responsible for all aspects related to satellite earth stations and systems. Daniel, over to you, please.
Thank you, Aaron. Can you hear me?
Yes, Daniel, and next 10 minutes are yours, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Aaron, and good afternoon, everyone, and good morning, good evening to those remotely connected. I will share my slides. I hope you can see my slides.
Yes, Daniel, we can see the slide.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation as a ETSI representative. It's a pleasure to be speaking on this important topic of cooperation on a global standard for satellite communications. As have already been indicated, given the roaming nature of Satcom equipment used globally, international cooperation on global standards is vital. As a way of background to ETSI, which stands for European Telecommunication Standards Institute, while its roots are European, its outreach is in fact global, and this aptly fits with the theme of this session. So ETSI is a world leader in developing standards for ICT, and is highly respected as a producer of technical standards and specifications that not only use in the European context, but also globally. It has over 900 organizations as members, 65 countries, spanning 5 continents, who are directly participate in the standard development. It has over 50,000 technical specifications and standards, what we call European norms, and it is recognized by the European Union as one of the 3 standardization organizations, and provides support to, not only to industry, but to European regulations and policymakers stations and systems is the committee that we are closely engaged in the development of satellite earth stations standards. TCSES is responsible for the preparation of technical standards for all satellite earth station systems, services, and applications within ETSI. And it has two working groups actively working on developing different standards, revising and maintenance of these standards. You will be hearing from the two colleagues that are on the panel. In terms of its terms of reference, it's responsible for preparation and maintenance of technical standards, as I have already been indicated, and this spans across different systems, services, and applications, whether it's fixed, mobile, aeronautical, or maritime, and broadcasting, as well as satellite navigation systems and services. In terms of its importance to the satellite industry, and European administration forms a membership of ETSI, as well as the technical committee. The preparation of technical standard in TCSES is carried out either when an industry member wants to develop a new standard, which normally results in an ETSI standard. This is slightly different, as we will see, from when the standard is developed as a result of the European Commission request. And such requests for preparation of new standards or modification of existing standards are made when industry plans either to deploy a new terminal or new service, and this is, as I said, is called normally European norm. The development of standards is also carried out following requests from the European Commission. And once this development is published and the standard cited in the official journal of the European Union, then any compliance with such a standard is deemed as compliant to the relevant directives in the European Union. Currently, in TCSES, there are more than 30 harmonized standards developed by this committee. And in terms of further importance to the industry, manufacturers, operators, or conformity assessment bodies can use this harmonized standard to demonstrate their product services comply with the relevant European regulations and legislations. The ETSI standard also recognized in many parts of the world and in some countries is the basis for licensing for Earth stations operation. Therefore, the work of ETSI is of critical importance to the whole satellite industry. In terms of recent activities, TCSES continues to develop and revise the harmonized standards, as I indicated, for fixed, mobile, broadcasting, and other type of satellite communications. And this spans from L-band to S-band, Ka-band, Ku-band, operating over GSO and non-GSO satellites. In conclusion, we should endeavor to promote closer alignment between India and EU with regard to the production and use of information communications technology ICT standard in order to harmonize the exchange of statistical data, thereby facilitating trade, increasing interoperability, and the ease of doing business for companies, and adding additional weight to the European and Indian ICT standardization effort at a global level. With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tesfageber, for a very precise and concise summation and overview of the standardization landscape of the Technical Committee on Satellite Earth Stations. With that, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Julian Cecina of OneWeb, to whom I must give a big thanks for his cooperation in getting this session together also. He's been really very helpful. He's the chair of the working group on harmonized European satellite earth station standards. He has a PhD on radio communications and is a master in general management. He is an international development and space regulatory specialist with 35 years of experience in international development cooperation, including information society, digital cooperation, standardization, space, telecommunications. He has conducted its professional work in Europe, Latin America, Africa, Middle East, and Asia, having worked on-site or work missions in more than 16 countries. More recently, Julian was deeply involved on the finalization of the ETSI EN 303980 and EN 303984 and on the procedures for obtaining their citation in the official journal while meeting requirements of EC Directive 2014/53/EU. He is now chair of the ETSI Working Group on Harmonized Satellite Earth Station Standards. He was chair of the Working Group on ETSI NGSO K-band as well as Technical Committee 206 of Senelec. Julian has many years of experience in the GSO and NGSO satellite system design and regulatory affairs. In addition, large expertise working with the European Commission, the European Space Agency, ITSO, GSOA, ESOA, etc. on the cooperation projects, development of satellite standards, spectrum policies, frequency coordination, and licensing. Over to you, Julian, please.
Thank you very much. Arun, can you hear me?
Yes, Julian, we can hear you.
Okay, yes, just checking. I think that, Daniel, you have to pass me the right to introduce, to present the document.
Yes, Daniel has taken down his slide. I think you can present yours now.
Okay, now. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
okay.
we can see.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, Arun, for the invitation for this event. I would have loved to be present physically with you and having more opportunity to exchange views about what we are doing in the working group HARM. But now finally we have Daniel and Nicolas together with me. I am the most recent chair of this group. Daniel and Nicolas are well-experienced senior officers of the technical committee and the working group for a long. And I'm going to give you just a complimentary snapshot of what we are doing in the working group HARM. This is, as briefly introduced, is the group dealing with harmonized standards. In that sense, we produce European norms. This means standards, but also harmonized European norms. This means standards that can be cited in the official journal of the European Union. And those standards are meeting the directive. I mean, one of the rules of the European Union, the radio equipment directive. And I will enter into more details on what means the compliance against the radio equipment directive. But the working group HARM, in addition to producing these harmonized European norms, is also the group of reference for any activity regarding implementation of the RED.
Julian, Julian, excuse me, your slides are not moving if you are moving them. We are not seeing it move.
Okay, then I have to check it. Then yes, I was moving the second slide. We
are still on the first slide only. Yes, now it's moving.
Yes. Now it's moving. Okay. Okay. This means I didn't want the slide to compete with me, and then you were listening to me only, and not seeing the slides. Sorry for that. Then the standards are finally approved by Daniel Tesfagaver Technical Committee, and then, but the working group HARM is proposing those standards for approval at the level of the technical committee. And why it is important, the RED directive? Why is important that the standards meet the requirements of the RED directive? RED means Radio Equipment Directive, because it is assumed that a standard which is in conformity with the RED directive requirements is a standard that would use efficiently the radio spectrum in order to avoid harmful interference. That is the criticality of the requirements regarding the RED directive. In that slide, you can see the literal test referring to this requirement of the RED directive. But it includes also an interesting point, which is everyone understands that transmitting is a key element that has a potential to create a harmful interference, and therefore conditions for transmission of the equipment have to be established in the standard. But the RED directive also introduces another element, is receiver requirements. This means that the capabilities of reception of the equipment are also considered as an important part to contribute for the efficient use of the spectrum. Why? Because the receivers can make the equipment more resilient to resist potential harmful interference or potential unwanted signals. This means that in addition to the traditional transmitting characteristics, the RED directive and consequently the harmonized standard are also addressing the receiver characteristic as a way to make the equipment much more resilient against interference. This means that by bringing equipment into the market that is in compliance against the RED directive, it means that you are facilitating also the efficient use of the spectrum by others, therefore avoiding creating artificial or unnecessary burden to other users of the spectrum. Therefore, we would like that you have a clear picture of what this means an EN. This means a standard of ETSI, which purpose is to contribute to economies of scales and many other aspects of any standard. But the differentiation
Julian, you've frozen. Maybe you could switch your camera off. Your bandwidth is probably giving a bit of problem. You're muted, I think. You need to unmute yourself, Julian, and switch your camera off if you're having a bandwidth problem.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, you cannot believe it, but it is not a problem of the bandwidth, it is a problem of electricity that we are suffering right now these days because of intense raining that we are suffering in Madrid. I am right now based in Madrid, and sorry for this inconvenience. This means that electricity cuts are happening from time to time these days because of the flooding in some areas. Well, sorry for that. I was saying that it is important for us to focus on the harmonized standards in the way that are the ones that could be cited in the official journal, and therefore manufacturers, service providers, satellite operators can bring equipment to the market without any additional certificates, without any additional report, without any additional administrative burden. That is a tremendous help of the harmonized standards in facilitating and simplifying the way of doing business when the equipment is in conformity with the requirements of the harmonized standard. To make much more powerful the importance of the harmonized standard, they are usually referred in the European Electronic Communication Committee decisions. Those decisions are decisions of voluntary compliance by European Union member states and also the CPT member states, but they have such sort of institutional acceptance that they are largely implemented by most of the countries. Therefore, they make a legal certainty when deploying equipment that is in compliance with the directive. There are a number of examples. I think that I am consuming my time. I will go faster, and there are a number of decisions that are making those standards. These are examples of very well-known directive on the way to deploy services, and finally the benefit of all that combination of harmonized standard plus ECC decision is that in most of the cases there is license exemption, therefore facilitating a lot the deployment of services because the licensing process is a simpler one. As Arun was introducing me at the beginning, we have been working recently in the revisions and finalization of the EN 303.980 and 303.981 and 303.699. Those standards are right now in the process of being considered by the European Commission to be included in the official journals, and once they are included in the official journal, then they would have been endorsed as standards that equipment in conformity with those standards could be easily deployed in all the European Union market. We have a long list of ongoing activities. I will just finalize in 1 minute. I will not go in detail for all of them, but you can imagine that we have a portfolio of different work items in revising either existing standards in order to adapt them to the requirements of the RECT directive, and this includes from the KU band, L band to KA band as well. This means that there are standards for most of the services, and also for applications in the fixed and in motion, and while in motion for aircraft and vessels. And sorry for my interruption. I would be more than happy to listen to questions at the end, or feel free to contact us. I think that the three of us will continue being available to respond to any question regarding the ETSI standards regarding with satellite, and I am fully available with Aaron to continue conversations in the future on any potential doubt that you may have regarding the reasons why we are producing the standards, and or even enter into more details in the reason for specific parameters being included in the standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julian. This was a very insightful view of the harmonization of spectrum, and I'm sure we would learn a lot from that too. It gives me great pleasure now to introduce our next speaker, Nicholas Schube. In fact, one could say welcome back, Nicholas. You have been speaking at earlier editions of India Satcom 2. Nicholas Schube is from Thales Alenia Space, and he's chair of the working group for the satellite communication and navigation. He graduated from École Supérieure ingénieur en électronique et électrotechnique in Paris. I hope I've pronounced that correctly, Nicholas. At Nokia and Alcatel, he developed 2G cellular handsets and systems. He joined Thales Alenia Space to develop satellite payload equipment and design advanced satellite communication systems. He has successfully carried out several European collaborative research projects on advanced Satcoms. Currently, he is defining and developing satellite solutions for 5G. In addition, he is the lead representative of Thales in 3GPP Technical Specifications Group RAN, where he is the rapporteur for satellite integration in 5G. He also chairs since 2006 the Satellite Communication and Navigation Working Group at ETSI. Nicholas, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. And I'm very happy to be with you again and all the community of Satcom in India. So I chair the second working group within the technical committee SES of ETSI, and I'm going to first present the terms of reference of the group that basically covers radio and transmission aspects related to different satellite systems, including navigation systems. So it's telecom and navigation systems. Okay, we have in the terms of reference till the produce and maintain harmonized standards, but actually this is being transferred to the other group led by Julian Cesenia. It's but we have developed part of the harmonized standards as part of the SCN. But this should change. So the main focus of the group is to work on technical specification for a new satellite radio interface, to also work on architecture and service requirements, transport network protocols, interface of any Satcom systems. And of course, we promoting integration or interworking between satellite and terrestrial networks. This is the list of recent work that we have completed. So there is the production of a technical report on radio frequency modulation and coding for telemetry, command and ranging. So these are the command, the specific link to control the satellite and to monitor the satellite. So this work was led by the European Space Agency with contributions of many of satellite prime manufacturers as well as satellite operators. So we came up with a new standard there. Then we have worked on the seamless integration of satellite and hubs into 5G system, and actually this work was triggered some activity in 3GPP where we are developing the non-terrestrial network standard, so make 5G supportive of satellite systems. And second is this harmonized standard on GNSS receiver. So this was a specific item being developed in the group. And also we have developed a set of technical specifications which actually define the mean performance and test specification for any GNSS-based location system. GNSS-based location systems encompass any systems that provides location with GNSS, but also with other location techniques. So a combination of different positioning methods. We have, oh, sorry, it's the same. What we're currently focusing our work on is first a technical report that aims at comparing the 3GPP 5G new radio protocol with the DVB radio protocol in the context of broadband satellite systems. So we are actually assessing in a qualitative but also in a quantitative manner both of these radio protocols to understand the limitations or possible performance issues associated to both of these radio protocol in broadband satellite systems. So we're focusing mainly on geostationary ones, but maybe in the future we'll consider non-geostationary ones as well. It's a very interesting work because we're doing that together with the mobile industry. And we're going to start a new technical specification aiming at defining an interface between resource control system and I would say legacy satellite communication platforms. So this work is being led by SES, the satellite operator SES. And yeah, that's it. That was my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Again, I must say thank you for your keeping it concise and neat, and it was very interesting on the new developments that are taking place. Thank you for that. It's my pleasure now to introduce Mr. Prafulla Kumar, Vice President, Reliance Jio. It would be very nice to hear what he has to say, especially since our Jio turned the world upside down with its launch of 4G. So he's responsible for implementing satellite-based services in India using the latest technology in products, where he is working for the implementation of GSO and NGSO gateways and baseband infrastructure. He has experience in orbit spectrum resource management and is involved in technical analysis and coexistence studies. Before joining Jio, he worked in ISRO for about 15 years and served many roles, the last one being as Deputy Director. He has vast experience in all the domains of Satcom, including ground segment, satellite payload configuration, and frequency management and coordination. Prafulla ji, please.
Thank you for the nice words. Distinguished Chair Rajiv sir and the distinguished panelists joined virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everyone. It is a drawback being a last speaker of the last session, because from the last 2 days, I think everything would have been expressed here related to the satellite communication. However, I will try to make my presentation interesting as well as informative. So, as of now, if we see the satellite technology generally considered in terms of the wireless technology to bridge the digital device, and where there is no terrestrial alternative. And generally it works, as of now it works in the isolation mode, and the satellite industry took this very seriously and always works at island and the remote areas. So now this is a time where the satellite industry has to come in the mainstream, and there are huge opportunity, and then the satellite has to be changed from purpose built to the homogeneous scalable network, hardware centric solution to the software defined, and we have currently enough opportunity like space disruption because of the advanced satellite technology, and with the arrival of mega constellation there are new entrant being a OneWeb, Starlink, O3b mPOWER, and then any of the technology is possible and successful if there is a harmonization, and for that the global standard is the need. So the carrier, the way it is being used in the terrestrial network, the satellite also to be plugged in the carrier standard, then only it is going to be successful. So I'll be talking about various technologies and where the standards and global standards is going to play a role. I have 2-3 points where the standards has already played a role, and that advantage also we will try to see in the further slides. So what is the requirement and where the satellite technology, how it is being evolved? So it starts with the application. Once there is an application, and then accordingly we see what is the demand, and that derives the technology. So if we see now the ubiquitous coverage in the land, air, as well as in the maritime is being seen in the enhancement in the requirement of the capacity, then the high data rate backhaul, then the ultra high definition multimedia, and then disaster management, which is the legacy application of the satellite, as well as the last block, direct to mobile access through satellite. This is the one service is being emerged because of the 3GPP standard on the NTN, where the terrestrial and satellite both are coming together as an integrated network. So this I will discuss further. I have a slide on that. So these applications also required high capacity, and there are some applications which require the low latency where the NGSO constellation is going to play a role. Finally, it is the per bit what is the cost which matters to the user, and very important is the efficient use of the spectrum, which is fixed. We don't have any additional spectrum. Whatever the spectrum is available, we need to utilize all these satellite as well as terrestrial technology using them. Then the new business model, and after this NGSO constellation, there is a disruption in the business model, and there are models like revenue share, where based on the revenue, the operator, satellite operator as well as telco both share the business and the revenue. So these are the things which is the required currently. And for that, what technology we have? We have already moved from the legacy wide beam satellite to the high throughput satellite, high power broadcast satellite for the DTH application. Then the flexible architectures of the satellite where you can share the resources, which is a power and frequency at the different beam depending on the requirement. Then the NGSO based satellite constellation, and then the terrestrial satellite integration. So any application or the services cannot fit in the GSO or NGSO. Both has their own advantage, disadvantage. If you talk about the NGSO constellation, we have advantage of the coverage as well as the latency. However, we also need to think these are the uniform data availability, and as we know, the 60 to 70% coverage is water on the sea, where there may not be much of the user base. So it's still a lot to go and see how these constellations are going to be successful. Second is the tracking antenna requirement, which is in the downstream ground segment requirement, which is the costly currently. So we need to see how all these coming together to bring down the cost. So satellite domain works in the forefront. One is the transportation system, then the spacecraft manufacturing and the payload, and then the finally ground segment, which is very important and share maximum of the revenue share. So what we have seen is in the recent, a lot of development happens in the transportation area as well as the satellite manufacturing. If we talk about the launch vehicle, there are reusable rocket where the launch cost is going down in the less than $100 per kg. And there is a web information available where after the Starship successful testing, even it may go down to $10 or $20 per kg, which was mentioned. So we need to see. And there is a huge growth of the small launch vehicle, which is the suitable for the nano satellite. So these startup and all, they need not wait for the bigger launch vehicle and can be launched with the smaller launch vehicle. Then there is a repair and servicing orbiting satellite, which will finally reduce the debris and it will increase the life of the satellite. And finally, the mission extension vehicle by refueling and the self-destruction technology to mitigate the space debris. And if we come about on the satellite manufacturing, so what we are seeing is now 3D printing, which is reducing delay, and every day 1 or 2 satellite can be manufactured. There is a mass production of satellite, which finally gives the lower cost per satellite. And then the reducing satellite size and mass. Now earlier, if we see the even the normal STS satellite, which has a 4-ton, 5-ton class of satellite, which provide the per beam max of the 800 to 1 GB type of capacity. However, there are satellite which is coming with a very small form factor micro geo satellite that also provide about the similar throughput of 1 GB in each beam. So we need to consider such type of advancement. And then the electric propulsion, which also used for the orbit raising and the station keeping. So if we see these two aspects, a lot of improvement is there and it is bringing down the cost per bit. However, if we see the payload side, also there is a huge development which already has been spoken with the high frequency band, high power spot beam, in-air configuration, software defined payload. So I'll not go in the deep. However, I want to focus on the last portion, the ground segment, where there is a advancement like flat panel antennas, which are the smaller, lighter, auto acquiring, like Kimata, All-Space, they are doing now with the beam forming antenna as the ground segment. Then multi-orbit operation, increase spectral efficiency by DVB-S2A standards, then advanced modulation. But what I feel personally is, it is not sufficient. These are positive, but especially with respect to the ground segment, it is not sufficient and a lot more to go. So what else we can do and how further the cost per bit can be, bring down? So one is the ground network virtualization, where we need to shift from traditional to the virtual ground network, which will provide the flexible, extendable, software defined. And the new application, space-based direct to mobile access, is bringing a huge impetus from the NGSO satellite operator, and they are installing the configuring the satellite payload, which can directly be accessed through the normal cell phone without any change. And then the multi-orbit user terminal, which I already spoke a little bit, and then the integrated satellite terrestrial network. So what we can do currently for the virtual ground network, which is the hotbed of innovation for the overall space ecosystem. So if we see, generally what we do is, there is a RF system and then the IFL cable, then baseband, combiner divider network. This is the standard ground segment which currently we use, and then it goes to the baseband after IP and connect to the network. So we need to see how we can modernize and change this system. So there is a now a lot of STS satellite coming, and that require multiple gateway. If we consider today a 40-50 beam and considering the Ka, Ku band spectrum availability for frequency reuse, we need the multiple gateway. And each user, if they want to connect full area, they have to install their baseband system at each gateway. So there are possibilities where we can everything bring to the cloud, connect only a antenna and RF system, which is physics. We cannot do anything on the HP and LNA, but we need to see how far up the RF chain is possible to digitize. And there is a one consortium which is working like digital intermediate frequency interoperability. So where you put one digitizer in place of the IFL, baseband, combiner divider network, and just connect through IP to the cloud. And just a few click on the cloud, we can even configure, change your RF system, reconfigured with the different carrier. So these are the improvement which we need to do at the ground segment if really we need to bring the cost-effective solution to the user, similarly what currently terrestrial system is going to give us. So this is what has changed recently in the satellite industry, which is the integrated satellite and terrestrial network, which was initiated by the 3GPP, and they bring a standard NTN, which was started in the 2017 in the release 15, and later it was already identified some of the frequency band in the below 2 gigahertz, which provide the narrowband IoT services and even the data connectivity messaging services using the NTN services. And this was possible mainly because of the lower latency NGSO constellation and the improvement and advancement in the HIPS services, which provide the ubiquitous coverage of the satellite. So two architecture was discussed in the 3GPP. One was the transparent payload and one was the regenerative. However, the transparent payload was discussed and finalized, and frequency band was identified in the release 17, where you have a gateway and then your G node B is connected to the gateway through the core network and it goes to the public network. However, in the release 18, there is one topic where what is happening is whatever the cell tower is on ground, that stack itself is being put on the satellite. So satellite will be regenerative. So it will be like cell tower on the space. You need not do any processing on the ground. Simply you connect to core network and it is going to connect your mobile device or IoT device directly to the satellite, which is going to change a big way communication. And this is the true integrated satellite terrestrial network, where even user will not know whether I have connected to the mobile or the satellite. So this is what is going to happen in future. All the onboarding will be on the satellite and all the processing will be on the satellite. So what is the benefit of this integrated satellite? It can support any type of device, existing device without any modification, like IoT devices and smartphone. And it contributes covering the entire territory, be in the density population area or the remote area. It never sees that where we are, we'll just get connected. So this is the topic what I was talking about, the space-based direct connectivity to mobile. So after the 3GPP has brought out this NTN, lot of interest has been seen from the satellite operator, especially NGSO. So this connects and fill the coverage gap that MNO.
2 minutes more.
Sir, I will take one more extra minute being a last speaker. So yeah, thank you so much. And this connect existing mobile phone without any change for the voice, image, video, data. And what is the opportunity for the satellite operator to expand their coverage worldwide on land, sea or air? Minimum additional capex requirement, because no investment on the ground, because same mobile phone is going to work. You just need to have a 1.2 meter or 1.8 meter antenna with the feeder link and just connect. And the no modification in your phone. And there are operators after this, like SpaceX, they are planning to deploy 25 square meter phased array antenna. And they have already announced the partnership with the T-Mobile. Already Global Star has partnered with the iPhone and iPhone 14. Already they have started testing for the messaging. These are the two operators which are using the MSS spectrum, 2 gigahertz for this application. However, there are different type of operator like AST Space Mobile and the Link Global, are some more, I think Omni Space and some other operator. So what they are using is they are trying to leverage the MNO spectrum, which is being used currently across country, what is identified for the IMT. And the same spectrum will be used through satellite. And AST Space Mobile last month they have launched the satellite, and with the antenna of 64 square meter, it's like 1 BHK flat size of antenna, which gives about 25 kilometer of the diameter of the cell. So as of now, what we have seen, the ISRO DOS was the architect for the space sector growth in the all domain, launch vehicle, spacecraft, payload, ground segment by using C-band, extended C-band, KUK. So currently industry is going in a transformation due to the evolving technology, And we need to keep pace with the global growth, and India need to adopt more flexible practices. And that is possible because of the global technical standards, which in India currently we see the TSDSI as well as TEC. They are currently working on these standards and guidelines. And we need to have from yesterday we are hearing the light touch regulation, which is very important, because any technology is going to be successful once we get support from the regulator, which is the success mantra for any technology. So the last slide I kept for that. So if we see the year 2022 was the era of reforms, where simplification in the MPVT, rationalization of NOCC, enhanced scope of Satcom license, infrastructure sharing, then the relaxation of the technical specification by TEC. However, we see the year 2023 array of hope, where the Spacecom policy, most awaited Spacecom policy to be released as soon as possible. Then the NGSO is spec to be defined by the TEC, because a lot of NGSO cancellation is coming up and we need to have a clear-cut guidelines for that. And then the flexible use of spectrum, it should be a technology neutral. As I already mentioned, there are operators which are going to use the spectrum from the satellite, which is being used currently for the terrestrial. And then the single window clearance, avoid multiple filing or application with the different ministries. So these are the future, and with this hope, I conclude my presentation. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prafullaji. That was a very interesting talk, and I'm sure that's a precursor of things to come, and we look forward to your joining us next year again. We'd love to know how RGO is developing, and look forward to that, Jay. Thank you so much. Would we have time for one or two questions, please? If anybody would like to ask questions of the speakers, welcome to ask, please. Yes, please. One question, I see a hand raised. Thank you.
My name is Devashish from Broadband India Forum. My question to Prafulla ji is that given the fact that you are in a space where you have both terrestrial communications as well as you're also now into the space or Satcom. So do you see a future for seamless communications on the mobile, on the normal mobile handset, which is which is dealt with in a technology agnostic manner? So which means areas of sparse coverage are covered, or gaps are filled up by the other technology, and these two technologies work in a seamless manner, something which is also now being standardized under the name of ITN, Integrated Terrestrial Satellite Network, ISTN, I think. So do you see a future? And if yes, what is Geo doing about it? And when do you see this likely to happen? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So actually these technology are there at very nascent stage. A lot of activities is going on. There are many challenges in terms of the interference and the coexistence, considering the same spectrum used in the areas where the already terrestrial network is there. But there are technical ways to come out, because what satellite is going to play after the software defined system, the beam can be oriented where there is really requirement of coverage and where the terrestrial is very difficult, or laying the fiber is very difficult. So there are possibility where that both integrated network can coexist, but still a long way to go. There are challenges in terms of the interference as well as the Doppler effect, which is very important in terms of the LEO cancellation. So yes, there are chances, but we need to see how and where the technology is going. Thank you so much.
Any more questions? If I may also point that question to Nicholas. Nicholas, if I remember, Thales was also doing something with 5G, and could you perhaps let us know how is Thales approaching it now? Nicholas?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah,
Yes.
hi, Nicholas.
Indeed, there is. I'm leading the NTN standardization effort in 3GP, and indeed there is a very important interest to achieve this seamless integration of NTN together with terrestrial network. So actually the intent is to be able to support seamless service continuity between terrestrial network and non-terrestrial network. This is the objective. What does it mean is something that needs some careful consideration, because you have to distinguish between the idle mode connectivity and the connected mode connectivity. So idle mode is the terminal is just being able to roam from one network to another while is not communicating necessarily. And the other challenge is to be able to perform handover between a terrestrial network and a non-terrestrial network, and this is more challenging. So seamless service continuity in the second topic, so connected mode, is something that is still a target. So we're not yet there. But for sure, idle mode connectivity, service continuity is something is very. It's already going to be enabled by the release 17 NTN standard. And for the connected mode, maybe there are going to be some glitches or some packets being dropped when you go from one network to another. Does this respond to your question?
Thank you, Nicholas. Yes. With that, I think I'd request. Yeah, please, sir. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I have a one question to Julian, Dr. Julian. The question is that you have mentioned that you are working on harmonized standard in satellite communication, wherein you are taking care of spurious interference and the spectrum interference is being taken care. My question is that with this standard, how much is the input being taken from the industry and and how much time it takes for making one standard for, like you gave example of receiver, how much time it takes for making one standard for a receiver. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and very pleased to address that question. It is very, very important. I think that we have omitted in the presentation to emphasize the fact that the standards are being produced by the industry. This means the industry are really the leaders and the authors of the contribution. It is true that the final approval process has to go through the national standardization organizations. This means through a public process, but that is the final approval. The debate about any and each of the parameters being included in the standard for all of them, including, as you mentioned, the spurious emission limits and the way to ensure the minimum risk of interference and the characteristics, the elevation angles, the ranges of the frequencies, the antenna gain, the pattern, all those parameters are being defined by the industry. And then there is a process to justify from the industry as authors of the standard why each of those parameters is necessary to meet the red requirements. This means that there is an interaction from the industry and the policymakers, the authorities, to justify that with all those set of parameters, there is not any intentional or unintentional omission of any relevant parameter on that. And regarding the receiver, the point is that there is always a chapter dealing with the receiver parameters, the receiver characteristics. This means that the transmitting and receiving equipment has to include the corresponding parameter, for example, the antenna gain in the reception, the sensitivity to the interference. All those parameters are included also in the standard together with the transmission characteristics. This means there is no satellite earth station transmitting or satellite earth station receiver. Is only one integrated satellite earth station with the transmitting set of parameters and the receiving set of parameters. I hope I have responded and addressed your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, Jyoti sir, please, I request you to make your concluding remarks. Thank you.
I think let us give a big applause to all the speakers of today's sessions. And I think it was a very interesting session wherein Daniel covered all the global standards for satellite communication. And he also talked about mostly on the Earth Station on Move, which is the buzz of the world today. And then the next speaker, the Julian, also addressed very interesting with citing examples on harmonized standards for satellite communication, and wherein even the advantage of not having any notified body to give a certificate for certifying that the receiver is, or any product to be, the self-certificate is encouraged there. That's a very important thing I think he had brought into this. And Nicholas also brought those 5G systems and telemetry, telecommand, those standards which are, they give an insight of that. And Praful gave a lot of technology aspects of which are going to be integrated 5G and our mobile system and satellite communication system, and then cloud-based ground systems. So there, I think there was a very important aspect have been covered, and I think it was a very interactive and very informative session. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
I now have the pleasure of inviting Mr. T.V. Ramachandran. Sir, could you please give a memento to Mr. Prafulla Kumar on behalf of Broadband India Forum? And thank you, Prafulla ji, for coming all the way to join us for this session. Sir, we would also like to give you I know we have given you a memento yesterday, but please, sir, we would like to give you a memento, please. Chairing this excellent session, sir. Thank you so much. Julian, we've missed you over here. I wish you were here and you could have made it. So, and if I may just take a moment, I would like to say thank you from the project to Broadband India Forum for giving us this platform for speaking about standards, and I think it's been an excellent platform. The project has been able to participate in other sessions also for the in-flight and maritime. Thank you very much, TV sir, and Broadband India Forum.
I must say that add to what you said is that a lot of joint cooperation going on between the European and Indian on the standard. That's the key takeaway from this.
Thank you so much for that point also, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I now invite Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, President, Broadband India Forum, to give the official vote of thanks for this session and also for the entire India Satcom. Please, sir.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you, Chair, and panelists for a brilliant session. We now come to the close of the two-day event, flagship event of BIF, 8th edition of that. And both Debu and I have been in this from the first edition. It's a great pleasure. In fact, I'm completely overwhelmed by the support given for making this so interesting and active and vibrant. I can't thank enough for each and every one of you. Let me begin with first thanking our chief guest, Dr. P.D. Vaghela, Chairman TRAI. Then special guests of honor, Sri S. Somanath, Secretary DOS and Chairman ISRO. Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman InSpace. Sri M. Maheshwar Rao, Additional Secretary and FA, Department of Space. Mr. Radhakrishnan, Dureraj, CMD NSIL. Sri Sunil Niranian, DDG Satellite, DOT. Dr. P.K. Jain, Dr. Rajiv Jyoti, and Dr. Vinod Kumar, all from InSpace directors. Sri Rayappa, Dr. Rayappa from, and Director Rayappa from ISRO. Sri P.V. Kumar Mohan from ISRO. We wish to thank also the startups, all 4 of them, who joined us for the event. They made it really worthwhile in the sense that this was, like the Chairman ISRO said, this is the first time he has seen anybody outside ISRO getting awards, and we are honored that we could do this to them. All 4 of them, Professor S. Chakravarti from IIT Madras, Agnikul, Mr. Sanjay Nekanti, founder and CEO Dhruva, Dr. CVS Kiran, Head of R&D, Skyroot Aerospace, Ms. Srishti Bajpai, Vice President, Finance, Pixel. I also wish to thank the speakers from all sections of government, industry, and academia who made this such a rich and vibrant two-day event. We, of course, thank the Department of Space as a whole, InSpace, NSIL, DOT, and TRAI for supporting us, encouraging us to do this. Importantly, I also wish to thank the EU delegation for supporting us as principal sponsor. They were the foremost sponsor, as you have noticed. They were the principal sponsor in this, and we are very happy to have worked with them on this. Tata Nelco, Hughes, and Disney Star as platinum sponsors. SES, OneWeb, Inmarsat as silver sponsors. I wish to thank all the sponsors, without which you couldn't have put together such a good event. I wish to also thank all our supporting organizations, APSSC, GVF, and WTA. I wish to thank Communications Today as our exclusive media partner, BE as our event partner. Without BE, I don't think we would have got anywhere. And Media Point, the most interesting digital design partner. Above all, I wish to thank the BIF, entire BIF directorate. Each and every one of them really have been going all out the last several days, night and day, to work for this event. Before we bring this event to a formal closure, like every year, we wish to announce the dates for the next year's event. India Satcom 2023. When Praful, I hope to see many of your predictions come true on 2023, hope, which will be held. The dates for this, we wish to announce as 14th and 15th of November 2023. I think that's a Tuesday and Wednesday, right? So we hope to see you all again here, 14th and 15th of November. Thank you. Have a good trip back, all of you. Thanks again for the wonderful support. Thank you all.
Cooperation and collaboration makes success truly special, raising the standards and benchmark. A lovely session with rich takeaways. Thank you for this. Wishing you the very best. Of invigorating sessions, thought leadership and deep deliberations made our India Satcom 2022 a marquee summit. Special thanks to the dynamic leadership, panelists and delegates. This is AI Vishwa of Media Point wishing you all a very happy, prosperous and fantastic 2023. Wishes for a happy new year in advance. Thank you. Bye bye.